Hey friends, welcome! Another one of our Slant Alpha adventures getting underway, live from Studio 5, just outside of Ocean City, Maryland, and in the sim. We are in Salt Lake City, a little bit west of where I sit today, but yeah, getting ready to join in on another one of our very busy VATUSA Friday Night Ops events, hosted tonight by the Salt Lake and Seattle ARTCCs within VATUSA, and they're calling it Pioneering the Pacific. And I'll show you, they're featuring a bunch of airports here in the northwestern part of the United States. You can see the ATC staffing is already pretty well lit up throughout the entire western U.S. The event's called Pioneering the Pacific. They've got Salt Lake City, Pocatello, Boise, Portland, and Seattle all staffed up this evening. I had originally planned for a pretty ambitious three-hopper. Salt Lake to Boise, Boise to Portland, Portland to Seattle. I don't know if we're going to make that third leg tonight. I was plotting out the times and routes as we were getting started and realized that the three-hopper might be just a bit ambitious time-wise, but we'll see how I feel after the second one and we'll go from there. But certainly, Salt Lake to Boise, Boise to Portland will be on the tab tonight. And yeah, as I mentioned, a lot of ATC staffing here in the western U.S. We're in the Douglas DC-6, the PMDG DC-6, and man, it's a four-engine classic airliner, and it really just keeps me so jazzed thinking about four-engine classic airliners. I'm very, very close to getting ready to do some flying for you in that Boeing 707. I think I got to do one off-stream walkthrough just to make sure my flow list is good. I think it's fairly comprehensive. It may not be 100% spot on in terms of all the procedures with all the systems that you have to manage. It's very similar to the 727, which I used to fly in X-Plane 11, the FlyJSim variant, and also in Flight Sim 2020. I don't think 2024 maybe, but the I forget what it's called, Flight Sim Studios version of the 727. So it's got some similarities to that, but it's got even some more antique systems in it, and I'm still trying to just do a one-off run-through just to make sure that all the switches at the end up in the same places as where they started. That kind of tells me that that I've got the procedures down in terms of doing everything and then undoing it. So we'll be ready for that. I reserve the right to kind of flip the schedule around once I'm comfortable in that. September 11th is the tentative date that I'll have it on stream for you, but expect it before that if I get a chance to do a walkthrough off stream sometime soon. We got some friends to say hi to in the chat. We got Kenny Monster, we got R6 Chavez. R6 Chavez, how are you, man? Good to hear from you. Dial Engage 707, yes, very much. Do they have a FADEC? No, it is very much a vintage antique, fairly authentically modeled 707. They do have what they call an automated flight engineer, very similar to what what PMDG did in this aircraft. You have the option to click on something and have the AFE kind of walk you through certain steps and procedures. But you know me, I'm going to want to learn how to do it completely on my own, and you certainly do have that option, and you've got all the analog panels to do it in that 707. It's gonna be fun, man. And I've already, if you saw my announcements channel today, you saw where I'm already getting excited. I went through the 1970 Pan Am schedule to find a bunch of 707 flights we could reenact, and I think very, very soon you will see me doing two things on this stream that you haven't seen me do in a long time, or if even ever. You will see me doing some longer trips. You know, I might be a little bit more open to doing a single long trip rather than multiple hops in a stream, and you'll see me doing a lot more international flying as we kind of open up that 1970 Pan Am schedule and really dive into the nuts and bolts of it. So, going to be a good time. For right now, we're reenacting some fictional United Airline hops. Yeah, there you go. I know. I don't know if we're going to do that, be that ambitious. But yeah, there's certainly some very interesting ones in that file there, R6 Chavez. So we're going to have some fun with that once we get up and running, and I assure you. All right, well, let's get up and running in this aircraft for now, shall we? Let's go over to here. We already got the front cabin exit stairs open as we had the crew got in and settled in. But we'll go ahead and get the main cabin exit open. We'll get the cargo holds open. Yeah, well, that would be awesome, but that's definitely over a 24-hour mission. No, of course. We would have to break that up into chunks and do it kind of like we do our river run, a leg or a couple legs at a time. All right, we got everything opened up here. Let's jump up top to the upper panel. Let's get the ground power sourced. Main power switch on. Yoke, we can get the nav lights on. No smoking, entrance, and wheel well lights can come on. Over here on the pressurization panel. Oh, here we are. Yeah, we'll get the interior temperature set just to 70 degrees there. I've set the payload. I've recorded the gross weight already. Let's go ahead and just make sure we've got the latest ATIS here at Salt Lake. Information Tango now current. 280 at 8. 3009. They're departing southbound, 16s and 17. Okay. No, nothing there too terribly surprising. 3009 is the altimeter setting. We'll get that set here in just a moment. We do have Information Tango. Let's get the altimeters dialed in now. So 3009. And then field elevation is 4,231. Okay, so that's pretty close to what's being represented there. And 5213, 5213 was our transponder code. We got that already, although we wouldn't technically have it until we talk to clearance, but we've already got that. I'm going to leave the transponder off for now, but at least we've got the code dialed in so that later on all we got to do is kind of fire it up. Now let's go ahead and grab our clearance, by the way. So ground power's on, so we can go ahead and fire up that Garmin, which is also our COM1 Nav1. The clearance (127.3). Oh, it's so nice to have that on that hardware control now. The 127.3, we'll swap that in. We are transmitting and receiving on COM1. Let me make sure that that set of buttons works. COM1, COM2, and both on and off. Both is on, but then switching it turns it off. Okay, good. Alright, so we want to transmit and receive on COM1 for right now and get our clearance, and that's 127.3, which is ordering up there. Okay, let me go ahead and grab that. Salt Lake clearance, United 514, Information Tango, IFR to Boise.
United 514, Salt Lake clearance, look at you, PDC.
Okay, PDC coming. Not that I have an instrument in this aircraft to receive it, but I don't know, maybe the tablet over there. Fly out a little bit different than the standard routing. But of course, it's because we're not a turbojet.
Delivery, good evening, American.
It's going to be just the Salt Lake 1, or Salt Lake 4 rather. Radar vectors to Twins Falls. 10,000, expecting clearance to higher after 10.
Salt Lake delivery, hate to do this to you, but this is an expect jet 460 requesting PDC to Boise with information takeoff.
And Twins Falls VOR there, and then right there we'll go Brof, and then after Brof we join the Spud 4 into Boise, so we can kind of get work ahead. Yeah, he said he's sending a PDC, but I haven't gotten one yet. I wonder if it's because he's looking at me going, wait a minute, hold on, this isn't the standard jet route. What is this guy doing? So he's probably going to take an extra minute with me to make sure why I filed something so different, or he amended it and he's about to find out that I'm not a jet. We'll see. We got it just now, so let's take a peek and see. DC-6, Salt Lake, Boise. Okay, Salt Lake 4, Twins Falls, Bro, Spud 4. Okay, so he did leave it just as I put it in. 16,000, 5213. Maintain 240 knots until advised. Okay, well that's fine. We can do that. It's kind of our max, but we can do that. Maintain 9,000. Expecting 16,000, 10 minutes. Okay, that's fine. 135.5 is the departure frequency. That's good information to have. And then the initial 9,000, even though the chart says 10, putting me at 9,000, that probably would say to keep me below those turbojet departures, just in case I am going to get run over. Yeah, PNW flyer ambition would be Honolulu to San Francisco or reverse in the DC-6. Yeah, you know, I've considered something like that. We do a vintage long-haul flight in February every year, and I was considering something like that, PNW, but now that the 707 is out, I'm definitely gearing toward maybe trying to do a jet-oriented one this February, so we'll see what the future holds. Very well might be doing something out of that Pan Am playbook for that vintage cross the whatever coming up in February. Yeah, we'll put some wing lube on the wings, R6 Chavez. Yeah, 240 is a little ambitious for the climb here. We climb out at 165 typically in this aircraft, but 240 is our normal cruise true airspeed, so not too bad there. Alright, so we've got...
Clearance Delta 2921 IFR to Seattle.
Got a clearance, got the altimeter set, transponder code set. Let's go ahead and get the route entered in.
So 2921 uses caution, we're calling on frequency Delta 2920.
We are going to go flight plan. Okay.
2920 use caution, similar call sign on frequency Delta 2921.
S L C. We'll enter. The procedure that we're starting with is just radar vectored, so there's not a procedure that we have to load. We're just going to put Twins Falls BOR. Enter. And then BROPH, B-R-O-P-H.
1238, just wondering, do you want a PDC readback or we'll just switch over the ground? You don't need PDC readbacks. Push the rapid flight control, just let it ground when you're ready for taxi. Sure, thank you, Delta 1238, thanks.
B-R-O-E, okay, yeah, put that in for us, enter. And then I'm going to put the destination of Boise in,
Anyone going to Seattle, Portland,
because that will allow us to then load in.
Mindful to read your PDC.
That'll allow us to load in the procedure there. Now let's see if we can get a preview of what direction they're landing at Boise, just so we can start to load in the star. Landing and departing 2-8s, okay. So that's good. And I think typically they land 2-8 left there, but I'm not 100% sure, but we'll just go with that. Well, let's actually see. Now the ILS is to 2-8 right, so that's what we'll assume they're landing at Boise. Alright, so let's load in the procedure. Let's select the arrival. It's going to be... now let's go to menu. Select the destination airport.
Thank you.
And yeah, let's look at the Spud 4 from BROPH. And it's going to be the runway 28, right? I said? Yeah, we'll load that. And then let's also load the approach, the ILS to 28 right. Enter, and then, yeah, let's just go ahead and take it from the transition, and we'll load that in as well. And we know, we get that warning just reminding us that, hey, you can't just use the GPS for an ILS approach. You do actually have to tune that in when you get there. And, yeah, we know that. All right, real quick, let's do a route verification on all of that. So we know that the departure is just Twins Falls. And then we've got Orida, Tout, Mash, Spud, and then landing 28, we're going to go just to Sealore there. And then after Sealore, there's not a specific transition, but we'll be vectored to Toils, then Zettel, Jolty, Zig-Zip, and Wide Up. And then that should be all we get there. So let's just run through and make sure that everything I just said, whoops. Yeah, so we got Twins Falls first. And then Brof, Orida, whoops, we're going to go back to that chart there. Brof, Orida, Tout, Mash, Spud. And then we have the proper transition that imported in. There should be Sealore. Yes, okay. And then straight from there to the approach. Right, Toils, Zettel, Jolty, Zig-Zip, and then Wide Up, but that's within the final approach fix. After the final approach fix, you typically don't get the points. Really, if you need to know something about Wide Up, then you just go by the DME reference. Well, we're 8.1 from the runway. Okay, we're at Wide Up, but this final approach fix is going to be the last one that they actually list as a GPS point. And then the runway, and then 3280, and then atoll for the hold. So straight to 32, well, straight to 6,000, basically just straight 6,000. Okay. Okay. Confident that the route is in as we expect, so we are good to go to the next step here. All right, V speeds. We got the chart up top. Let's undo flight plan. And let's maybe up the range a little bit so we can kind of see where we are in terms of headed to Twin Falls. And sometimes I kind of like to have this nav page set so we can have kind of that telemetry there. All right, V speeds. So we are about 87.5, so we're going to be between these two columns, and we're right here at 4,000. So between 89 and 95, I'm going to say V1 is 92. From my weight calculations, V rotate is 100 and V2 is 105. So 92 is our abort speed. If we, and that's basically halfway between these first two mark numbers here. We encounter any safety critical items prior to reaching 92, we'll abort to takeoff. Right here at the second mark number, 100. And the reason I say it that way is because when you're at this zoom level rolling down the runway, it's not always easy to read those. But the second mark number is 100, and that's our V rotate speed. And then if we have less than 4 functioning engines at that point, we'll pitch to maintain at least 105, which is a quarter of the way up past that to the next one. We've got 4 functioning engines at that point. We'll be pitching to accelerate to 165. Okay, let's get ready
Delivery quick question for Delta
for our pushback.
Do you want us to go over to ground for pushback?
Let's go ahead and get the
frequency.
Delta 290 solid clearance. The ramp is uncontrolled. Let ground know when you're ready to taxi.
Switch over to the battery. Let's get the seatbelt signs on.
Delta 290.
Let's get the entry lights off and the wheel well lights off. Whoops, there. Engine instruments come on to the normal bus. I am a Scotsman also checked in. Very good. Okay, we got the... Let's get all the stairs and stuff disconnected. Let's disconnect ground power. Close all the doors. Okay, and now we'll go ahead and pull the wheel chocks And we can go ahead and set up our push. Now we know we're departing 16 left or 17, so we don't know exactly which one, but we know we're going to face to the right anyway. But I say let's just plan on pushing straight. That way if there's somebody from the gate, at the gate to our right, we can make sure we don't interfere with them. So we'll just push straight to that line. Request our tug. Pressurization, we're going to set to cruise, which is 16,000. Cabin altitude should be at 4,200 right now, because that's where the ground elevation is. Yeah, and it already is showing that 4,200 there. What did I say we're cruising at? 16,000, okay. Alright, over to front we go. Let's go ahead and get our cowl flaps open. Fuel selectors all to main. We're not going to do the fuel balancing trick today. We've got regular, just loaded balanced fuel. Since we were going to do a 3-hopper, I figured that would be too much to manage. Yeah, just regular fuel configuration today. Alright, so fuel selectors are all set to main, throttles to 10%. So a real quick passenger briefing. Greetings from the flight deck and welcome aboard United Flight 514 service to Boise. We are going to be departing from, pushing back from the gate here momentarily, expecting wheels up quarter till the hour. Flight time once we're airborne, 1 hour, 20 minutes. We'll be cruising at 16,000 feet for you today. We do have weather moving through the area here with some precipitation and a couple little storm cells. We will have some weather here between our location and Boise, but once we get up to Boise, we should be past most of the weather, so it might be a little bumpy on the way up. We'll hope to find some good cruising altitude, like some good cruising air to cruise in on our way up to Boise. And once we get close to destination, we'll give you an update on the weather situation there, but it should be a little nicer once we get past the worst of it, which is kind of closer here to Salt Lake City. Sit back, relax, and get ready for our flight. We'll be happy that you've joined us for it today. And again, just tighten that seatbelt one extra notch because it might just be a little bumpy on the climb out. But hopefully a nice, good flight up to Boise after we get going. Thanks for joining us on United Airlines Flight 514 service to Boise, Idaho. All right. Let's get the yoke. I'm sorry, the beacon light on. Let's take a peek behind us and see if there's anybody around, and we have to be careful about a pushback. Doesn't look like there's anybody too close by, so we'll go ahead and start that pushback now. We'll release the parking brake, release the hold, and we are rolling. Start with the number 3, and we'll get some fuel. Number 3. And we'll get some movement.
3.
On the 9 call, we'll get the magnetos and the booster on.
6. 9.
And on the 12 call, we'll get the primer.
12.
Then we'll get ready to bring the mix in on the second spin. Okay, mix is in. Okay, we got fuel pressure, RPMs. Yeah, kind of surging up. Let's bring the throttles back down. Okay, we're happy. We'll go back up top. We'll get the generator on, fuel pump off. We'll switch over to the number 4. And we'll start that process. Parking brake can come back on.
3. 6. 9.
9, we'll go mags and boost.
12.
And on 12, we'll get the primer.
Attention all aircraft, link this information. Uniform is now current. Winds 220 at 27, gust 42.
Yeah, I think I heard the engine fire up. Looks like it's fired up. We got RPMs there. Booster on. Fuel off. Fuel on number 2. Mag and boost.
12.
Okay, we got it fired up. Second spin. Okay, number 4 needs to come up just a little bit. Number 2 is running, spooling up. Fuel off. Selector on 1, boost. I'm sorry, movement.
3. 6. 9.
9 boost and mag and boost.
12.
Prime. Okay, we got it fired. Let's get it spinning. Okay, 3 and 4 are looking good, right at 1,000 RPMs. Number 2 is looking right good, right at 1,000. And number 1 is just now coming up to speed. Come back up, we'll get the final generator on. Selector off, let's get the inverters on. Down here we can get radios on, now that we got radio power. Let's get the PME on. The altimeter on. ADF, COM 1 still on, COM 2 now on. Alright, we can do control lock off. Third notch flap set. We'll test all our control surfaces. Somebody on the outside obviously would let us know that all our control surfaces are moving as commanded. Everything is good. Flaps 20 set. And elevator trim set. And let's go ahead and get the comm radio set. Ground is on 123775. So let's go 23,775, and then tower. We got 2 of them. Let's go to COM 1 then, and we'll set not sure which one we're going to get, so we'll set both. 3265. I have a feeling that's the arrival tower. But we'll have it set just in case. And then the other tower frequency is 1905. That's the one I think we're going to get.
Delta 29, looks like you're taxiing southbound.
And Delta 290, sorry that we had a weird problem with our rudder. We're just making a 360 here back onto Gulf 6.
And then the departure frequency 35.5.
Delta 2921, just verify holding or confirm you're holding short of hotel once you reach the top there and monitor tower 1905.
Hold short of hotel.
Okay, so 2377's our ground. 1905, we just heard another aircraft get the tower frequency there.
Yeah, monitor tower 1905.
Be good. All right, let's do a real quick check of the governor.
Delta 9 uniform Papa, just confirm you're going to hold short of Hotel 12 once you reach the top there and monitor tower
Okay,
1905.
all 4 engines were governed.
At Hotel 12, monitor tower 119.05, Delta 9 uniform Papa.
Solid ground, American 2020, set Boston, ready to taxi, runway 16 left.
American 2020, runway 16
have,
left, taxi. Actually, let me find where you're at right quick.
Aircraft coming into the ramp here.
American 2020, runway 16 left, taxi. The left turn out of Foxtrot 1, Foxtrot Hotel, hold short of Hotel 12.
Left turn or Foxtrot 1, Foxtrot Hotel, and hold short of Hotel 12, American 2020.
Salt Lake Brown, good evening. FedEx 621 Heavy, North Cargo Ramp with uniform requesting taxi for departure.
Last station, say that again.
When we get underway, double check wind.
FedEx 621 North Cargo Ramp with uniform requesting taxi for departure.
FedEx 621, just verify.
All right, I'll do that.
4212.
4212, FedEx 621 Heavy.
Delta 1238, confirm, holding short of Hotel 12, monitor tower 119.05.
Delta 12.
All right, let's do a brake check.
Hold short Hotel 12 and over tower 19.05.
Delta 290, confirm you're going to hold short of Hotel 12 and monitor tower 119.05.
A-firm will hold short of Hotel 12 and over to Tower 9.05. Thanks for your ATC. Delta 290.
FedEx 621, I got you
And
now.
reversal check complete.
CMI, you're kind of in a weird place.
Solid ground, good evening, American 1997, spot 10, a little short of Echo, ready for taxi, 16 left.
I guess we passed that guy.
American 1997, only 16 left, taxi, left turn, Fox, Hotel, Hotel 12.
Can we get that again for 1997?
Left turn, Fox 1, Fox, Hotel, hold short of Hotel 12.
So I'm over Wyoming, says R6 Chavez, and my stuff just shifted. Yeah, I mean, obviously, you know, I always put in my best guess before we leave the ramp at the origin, but I always double check the ATIS at the destination, and
FedEx 621,
always switch if we have to.
taxi via Gulf, Hotel 12.
Runway 16 left via Golf, Hotel 12, FedEx 621 Heavy.
Ground
Right.
data 1204, 1 west north with information Sierra request taxi.
Information uniform now.
6 left, taxi, Bravo, Fox.
3012.
Sorry about the Bravo, Fox, Hotel, hold short of Hotel 12.
Alright, 16 left taxi via Bravo, Foxtrot, Hotel, hold short, Hotel 12, Delta 1204.
Ground United 520, we're disconnecting our sim just for thanks for your help.
Have a nice night.
Ground yacht at 514's east side of the ramp with uniform ready to taxi.
Delta 514, running 16 left, taxi via Hotel, hold short of Hotel 12.
At Hotel, short of Hotel 12, United 514.
Delta 594, confirm you're going to hold short of Hotel
He said
12,
Delta,
monitor
but
tower
I knew he meant
119.05.
uniform.
1905, hold short of Hotel 12, Delta 594.
Solid ground, hello, Delta 2922 east south with uniform ready taxi.
Okay, so
Delta
Quito heats on that
2920, was that you
switch.
Affirm 2921, correction, 2 east south with
So
uniform
this should
calling?
be,
Delta 2920, runway
Golf.
16 left, taxi via Hotel, short of Hotel 12.
and then the second one will be,
yeah, 16 left hotel and hold short of Hotel 12, Delta 29.
American 2020, confirm you're going to hold short of Hotel 12, monitor tower 119.05.
Core short, Hotel 12, monitor tower 119.05.
okay, so that first one that I passed was,
621, monitor tower 119.05. Good night.
119.05, FedEx 621 Heavy.
first one that I passed there was Golf. This should be Hotel now, the one that's closest to the ramp, or closest to the runway, rather. Okay. When we get the switch to 1905, then that'll be the switch to COM 1.
American 1997, confirm you're going to hold short of Hotel 12, monitor tower 119.05.
Hold short of Hotel 12, monitor tower 1905, American 1997. Have a good night.
Our very good friend Cross Hyper up there is the FedEx, I believe.
United 514, confirm holding short of Hotel 12, monitor tower 119.05.
Alright, short of Hotel 12, we'll monitor tower, United 514, we'll see you.
Tower, just confirming you said 280 on the heading.
Delta 375, I don't know what's happening over there, but there's traffic 12 o'clock, less than a mile, same altitude, same direction. I advise a right turn immediately.
2377 is departure.
Yeah, I'm doing a right turn. You gave me a 280 heading, but the guy on the other runway is turning right into me.
Yeah, that was an arrival that went around. I'm not sure what happened there.
35.5 should be departure. That's okay. Alright, I'll get 35.5. Oh,
Delta 375, I'm maneuvering around the
35.5 set on COM 2.
Also 375, roger.
Alright, let's get 35.5.
375, you got altitude on them now. Contact departure.
Okay, over to departure, Delta 375.
35.5 set on COM 1.
Other controllers.
Yeah, he didn't tell me what was happening. Sorry about that.
All good.
Delta 2921, flight heading 280, runway 16 left, clear for takeoff.
Heading 280 on a 16 left, clear takeoff. This is 2921.
Okay, let's just get idling at
Delta
1000
uniform
here.
Papa, runway, stand by 1 second. Delta 90 uniform Papa, runway 16
once
left,
we are-
Hotel 12 lines of wait.
Once we're clear to go, alert the crew, Pito, Cal Flaps,
621, hold short, runway 16 left at Hotel 12.
and then the,
Hold short, runway 16 left at Hotel 12, FedEx 621 Heavy.
okay, we're short of Hotel 11 now, so we can actually move up one more here. Yeah, big conga line, not too big a conga line.
And Tower Delta 290,
What
could
about-
you move forward like 5 inches?
1, 2,
The aircraft behind
3,
us is right on
4.
our APU.
Delta 290, just give way to the FedEx MD-11 and you can hold short, runway 16 left at Hotel 12.
Give way to FedEx, hold short, Hotel 12, runway 16 left, Delta 290.
There's a few more there that I didn't see.
Delta 90 uniform Papa, wind 22027, gust 42, fly heading 280, runway 16 left, you're clear for takeoff.
Fly heading
So what's the,
clear to
what's the
takeoff,
queue?
16
Let's take a
Delta
peek.
90 uniform Papa, thank you.
So we got one rolling, and we are number 1, 2, 3,
621 heavy, runway
4,
16
5,
left at
6,
Hotel 12, lines
7.
of wait.
16 left at Hotel 12, line of wait, FedEx 621.
Delta 2921, contact departure.
By the way, it does look like this taxiway kind of veers over to the right, whereas in my scenery it appears to kind of continue straight. It looks like it starts to veer like right where I am. So even though I'm going to be well right of the center line that's marked in my scenery, I'm just going to kind of follow the crowd here just to be sure we're in line with everyone else. Well, we got a few minutes. Let's take a peek at our slant artwork adventure. Our slant artwork. You got CB flyers here. Plane is a little wet, yes. Our slant artwork adventure is just a side project that we undertake on the stream to amuse ourselves and also to collaboratively create through ChatGPT the image that eventually becomes the thumbnail, which represents our stream when we upload it to YouTube later on. So for right now, we just got me in the United Captain's uniform, getting the United DC-6 ready to go here at Salt Lake City. So if you would like to do something to add to or modify our slant artwork adventure, you can go ahead and cash in 500 of the Twitch channel points, aka the Alphabets points, right there at the bottom of the chat panel. And then that puts you in the running, and you can then let me know what you'd like to do to add to or modify our image there. And again, we're going to try to keep it relevant to what's going on the night's live stream, but you definitely can take it silly, add other things, goofy things, in-jokes, stream references, whatever, other silly things you think of to add to, but, you know, again, loosely on topic, if you will. Pie Power wants to get in on that action right away. What do you got, Pie Power? What are you thinking? Well, we gotta be holding an umbrella. Yeah, R6 Chavez, what did you have in mind? We can maybe do both of them at once. we need the Denzel trench coat. Okay, I got you.
621 heavy, turn right heading 280, contact departure, we'll see you.
Right heading 280 over to departure, FedEx 621, so long.
Delta 290, caution wake turbulence previously departed MD11, runway 16 left at Hotel 12, line up and wait.
16 left at Hotel 12, line up and wait, Delta 290.
Delta 1238, Salt Lake Tower, hold short, runway 16 left at Hotel 12.
Hotel 12, 1238.
Alright, we got those two modifications coming in. And yeah, it seems like we'll be underway just a little bit after I had planned to be, which all the more reason why I think that third leg might just be too much ambition for us time-wise this evening. Yeah, visibility's not too bad. Cloud bases are high enough to get out safely. Then the other thing to review while we're here, we've got 4 different takeoff settings. 4 different power settings in the takeoff sequence here.
Delta 290.
Alright, not bad, not bad. I don't remember if you wore a black or a brown trench coat in that movie. But there you go. And of course the light rain and the umbrella. So there we go, first 2 artwork adventure editions done. And again, if you want to get in on that action, just 500 of the Twitch channel points there at the bottom of the chat panel. Oh, it was black. Okay, very good. Yeah, I saw the movie one time. I think I saw it in theaters when it came out. Now, that's been a while. That's been, what, 15 years? At least 10. $15 years? Yeah, I thought so. CB Flyer says, I'm doing a TBM run from Portland to Salt Lake, 42 knot quartering headwind. Well, that means we're going in the tailwind direction, I suppose. So yeah, it looks a little silly, like we're kind of off in the dirt next to the taxiway. But if you look at the map here, you know, we're definitely like right in line. Matter of fact, we're not quite far enough over. So I guess we'll shimmy on a little bit further over to the right when we move up again. You know, again, you kind of have to take
1238, runway 16 left line from Wade.
a little bit of a grain of salt sometimes with VATSIM. You know, you have little scenery discrepancies like this.
290 contact departure.
Always difficult to know.
Over departure, we'll see you, Delta 290.
You know, if an airport has undergone some recent renovations like Salt Lake has, it's always kind of difficult to know how close your SIM's taxiway layout is to the current one. And the controllers, of course, are always going to act as though everyone has the current thing because they have no way of knowing. You know, with 5 or 6 different SIMs and dozens of different, you know, payware and freeware scenery add-on options for most of the major airports and many of the minor ones, the controllers can really never know who's got what in their scenery. So they just assume everyone's got current, and if you have something other than current, it's kind of on you to figure it out. Unwritten rule, but just kind of how it has to work, right?
Delta 1238, fly heading 280, wind 22027, gust 42, runway 16 left, clear for takeoff.
530, 16 takeoff, Delta 1238.
Anyway, so we were talking a moment ago. We've got 4 different
Delta
power
594,
settings.
runway 16 left at Hotel 12, line from Wade.
Line up in Wade, 16 left from Hotel 12, Delta 594.
4 different power settings. We're gonna initially set 30 and verify that all 4 engines are running at 2200 RPMs. Then we're gonna set our takeoff power, which in this case is 53, and we've got to make sure that all 4 engines run at 2800 RPMs. We found we did a stream in Canada months and months and months ago. It was over the winter, I guess, where we set our takeoff power and the engines all spooled up to maybe about 2500 RPMs, and I didn't really catch on that they didn't go all the way up to 28. Well, unfortunately, that was because they had started to ice over, so they weren't generating full thrust, and we did not successfully get off of that runway. So it is very important when we talk our way through this. We set 30, we verify 2200 RPMs, we set takeoff, we verify 2800 RPMs. We actually need to make sure that we do those checks. Those checks exist for a reason, and those reasons are indeed modeled in this aircraft. As soon as we get the wheels up, our what they call the METO, maximum accept takeoff, is 48 and 26. And that's what we keep until we get up to that 165 knot climb speed, and then once we get to 165, we go from takeoff to climb, and that's 40 and 24 on the power settings. And 40 and 24 is what you'll hear me. 48, 24, 40, 24, 200 on the cylinder head temps, and climbing at 165. And I'll go through that cycle over and over again as we climb to make sure that we continue to adjust the manifold pressure up and maintain that 40 on the manifold. It'll decay as the altitude increases, but you got to keep bumping the throttles up to maintain that 40. And 24 normally stays pretty steady, but always good to check. And then 200 on the cylinder head temps. If you're managing the engines properly, that's where they should park.
Tower, hello, wind 22027, gust 42, runway 17, you're clear to land. 17 clear to land, American Coast.
Okay, it looks like we're about number 3 here. Oh, you little gremlin. Leave him alone.
Delta 594, contact departure, we'll see you.
Clear departure, Delta 594. Have a good night.
You too.
Alright, we got American 2020.
Fly heading 280, wind 220 at 27, gust 42,
They're the ones on the runway.
For takeoff.
American 1997 is here, and then as soon as we pull up here, it'll be number 1.
American 2020.
We'll get our cabin crew alerted and pizza heat and all that other stuff.
And United 514, Salt Lake Tower, as soon as you're able, proceed straight ahead on hotel, hold short runway 16 left at hotel 13.
Okay, straight ahead and short of 16 left to hotel 13, United 514.
American 1997, runway 16 left at hotel 12, lines of wait.
Okay, he's got other plans for us. He's got to change our sequence because we're different animal. Don't know if that means we're number 1 or not. Go ahead and alert the cabin crew. Pizza heat on.
Delta 1204, Salt Lake Tower, hold short runway 16 left at hotel 12.
Hold short 16 left at hotel 12, Delta 1204.
Okay, and then we'll get our cow flaps set to 4. Alright, parking brake is on for now. Cabin crew's been alerted. Ito's on. Al set. So it's just
American
the
1997, fly heading 280, wind 220 at 27, gust 42, runway 16 left at hotel 12, clear for takeoff.
just the lights.
16 left from 16 left, clear for takeoff. On departure, fly heading 280, American 1997.
Yeah, just the lights then. And then all the power settings. So I don't know if we've been pulled out of sequence because those guys are jumping the line. They're putting us behind somebody. And then we're going to be a little slower, so.
Yeah, 514, runway 16 left, line up and wait.
Line up and wait, 16 left, United 514. Okay, so we are next. That's good. Strobe lights will come on as we enter the runway.
Tower, American 1436, 11 mile final 17.
American 1436, Salt Lake Tower, hello. Wind 22027, gust 42, runway 17, you're cleared to land.
Okay, clear land 17, American 1436.
American 2020, if I didn't say it already, contact departure, we'll see you.
Go to departure for American 2020, thank you, see ya.
Okay, RPM is at 10. Hold the brakes. Not yet clear to go, so landing light's not yet on. We can extend the landing lights. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Alright, so they're extended,
Yeah,
they're just not on it.
514, wind 22027, gust 42, runway 16 left, clear for takeoff.
Clear for takeoff, 16 left, United 514. Okay, here we
American
go.
1997, contact departure, we'll see
Set
you.
30, verify 2200.
Forward departure, American 1997, have a good night.
Good?
You too.
We'll set 53, verify 2800. Okay, 2800 verified. Airspeed's alive.
Rotate 1204, runway
speed's
16
100.
left at hotel 12, lines of wait.
16 left, hotel 12, line of wait, Delta 1204.
Okay, 90's V1. 100's V2. I'm sorry, 100's rotate. And 105 is V2. Got positive rake here, can come up. Get down to 48, 26.
Potential aircraft data is Victor, current at Salt Lake, wind 08011, gust 19, altimeter is 3013.
And we'll reduce the pitch to get some acceleration going. Okay, first notch of flaps coming in at 120. Set 48, 26. Cylinder head's a little higher.
514, contact departure will be in.
Back on the departure, United 514.
Resume normal speed.
Okay, next notch of flaps coming in at 140.
American 1997.
Salt Lake departure, United 514 is 5,800.
United 514, Salt Lake City departure. Good evening. Radar contact. And you starting a right turn heading 29 or 280 by chance?
We can be. That's what you need us to do.
United 514, affirm. Right-hand turn heading, actually let's make it about 300 for now.
Okay, 300, United 514. Is that on the departure plate? Might have missed that. Let's keep 48, 24.
November 122, Salt Lake approach, are you still with me?
The nose down just a little bit. We'll get that last notch of flaps in. Okay, and then we'll pitch for 165. And now we've achieved 165. We'll drop.
Continue that right turn the best you can, heading 320. You've got terrain at your 12 o'clock. That's going to be in your way shortly.
Okay, continue around to 320. We'll watch for the train, let you know if we need anything. United 514.
United 2020, stand by. I'll have a handoff here for you shortly.
40, 24, 165 in the climb, so we can pitch up to that. And then around to 320. Okay, I'm going to trim up just a little bit, keep that 165 in the climb.
United 514, traffic at your 3 o'clock, southwest bound, 6,000 is Boeing 737-900.
Okay, we're looking at United 514. Don't see him. Let's make sure we're at the 320 heading. The initial was 9,000. And United 914, we're still going to be at 9,000 for now?
Affirm, I'll have higher for you shortly.
No worries.
Delta 1204, Salt Lake City departure.
Okay, we can level at 9,000. I'm going to drop it to 30. We're going to keep 2,400 for now. I'm going to drop the manifold to 30. Oops. Pitched way down here. Didn't mean to do that. So we're still at the 320.
Departure Delta 1204, climbing through 8,000 for 9,000, turning, heading 280.
Delta 1204, Salt Lake City
And then
departure.
did I miss?
Radar contact. Altitude alert, low terrain, or terrain in your area. Are you able to maintain your own terrain and obstacle avoidance.
Yeah.
Yeah, it just says 163 or as assigned.
11,000.
So I don't know why he expected me to be making a turn.
No trouble at all. Climb and maintain 11,000, and when you can turn right, heading 310.
All right, when able, right heading 310, Delta 1204.
American 2020, contact Salt Lake Center 125.57 today.
So I don't know if maybe Tower was supposed to issue me a turn and didn't, or what happened there. You see, the departure controller made it sound like I was supposed to have already been given that turn, and I don't think I was.
American 1997, contact Center
But that's okay.
125.57, good day.
I mean, that's why my response was, hey, yeah, we can turn if you want us to. Sure. Yeah, he was giving most people 280, but I don't think he did for use as pipe area. I don't think I heard it. It's okay. Well, we're doing what departure needs us to do now. We're maintaining 9,000.
1204 is clear of terrain and on course heading 310.
Delta 1204, Roger, thank you. Climb and maintain flight level 230.
He probably can't give me a climb until I'm out of the path of the jets that are going to run me over here.
514.
Here we go.
Proceed direct, Twin Falls VOR, resume normal speed.
Twin Falls and normal speed, United 514. Let's go. Flight plan.
And United 514, climb and maintain 16,000.
What the 16,000? United 514, thanks. Yeah, direct, enter, activate. Desired track 318, or no, desired track 302, so a slight left turn. And we'll get back up to 40, 24, 200 on the cylinder head temps, and pitch to maintain 165 in the climb. Okay, we need to go a little bit more left. Get on that track. Matter of fact, we can. Yeah, there's our 165. Let's see if we can just get some autopilot assistance here. Driver pilot on and clutched. We don't need to hold the altitude yet. We do want it to grab that track for us. So that should turn us a little bit left.
Delta 1204, proceed direct to Corver, resume normal speed.
Why we dropped the nose when I did that. Didn't mean to drop the nose, but we'll get pitched up. We'll get back to 165 in the climb. Let's go 40. $40, 24, 200, and let's continue to pitch up to 165. Okay, we're tracking directly to Twin Falls. Good. We're through 10,000. We can go ahead and get landing lights off and retracted. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8,
traffic
9,
at your
10.
1 o'clock is a DC-6.
Okay.
1,000 climbing 6,000. Should be no factor. You should be on top of him.
Okay, somebody should be on top of us.
Okay, we're looking for Chuck. Jeff 1204.
That's good to know. 40, 24, 200, and slowly getting back to 165.
United
Let's pitch.
514, traffic at your 9 o'clock is a Boeing 737-900, 16,400 climbing. He'll be above you.
Yeah, Roger, we're through a cloud base right now, so we're not going to be able to see him, but we'll keep an eye out. United 514.
Delta 1204, contact Salt Lake City Center 125.57. Good day.
Okay.
125.57, Delta 1204. Good day.
A little bit of a pitch up. Catch 40, 24, 200, 165 in the climb. And yeah, what was it giving out? 12557. Sounds like that's going to be our next one, so we'll get that. It's a lot easier for me to tune those now that I got this little gadget.
Departure Delta 2920, right 280 out of 5,000, correction, 6,000 for 9.
Delta 2920, Salt Lake City departure. Good evening. Radar contact. Climb maintain flight level 230.
125575.
Delta 29.
Okay, yeah, I still don't see that traffic he was referring to, but I think we're fine. We're going to pitch down just a little bit as we're slightly slow in the climb. Go 40, 24, 200, and recovering to 165. Am I just about out of forward travel on the throttles? Yeah, I might be. So let's start with the inners and bring them down to 28.
2920, proceed direct to Corber. Resume normal speed.
And
Corber, normal speed, Delta 2920.
okay, back up to 40 by virtue of the high.
Comes next month.
By virtue of the high blowers, and then down here, 28. And we'll get these back up to 40. Check on some stream activity there in just a moment. Okay, so all throttles are now set to 40 once again. 40, 24, 200 on the cylinder head temps, and pitch down slightly to get back to 165. And we're still tracking direct to Twins Falls. You know what comes next month, says Good Fixins? Well, the 707. But what else you got? I'm not sure what you're referring to. Six, 7 months. Okay, I got you. I didn't see the number. I was just going on the audio there. I got you. 6, 7 months. Has that kind of run its course? I mean, I don't hear much about it anymore. I think once adults started doing it, the kids got sick of it. 40, 24, 200, and let's pitch to maintain 165. And 1,000 to go. That's right, yeah. We're way over. Matter of fact, we can clean up some charts here.
United 514, contact Salt Lake Center 125.57. Good day.
2557, United 514. We'll see you. Salt Lake Center, United 514 is just about leveling at 16,000.
Alpha 514, Salt Lake Center, hold data.
Okay, so we'll pitch wheel it to 16,000. And we're just a little bit off of 40, but we'll keep it right where it is for now. Just continuing to trim it down to 16 while the speed comes up.
Salt Lake Center, Southwest 3551, we're back.
So what were we saying? So we're done with the departure. Done with that. Yeah, this is our arrival procedure. We're not on that yet. This is what runway we think we're going to get. Although that can change, and then there's the airport tag.
Shots 11, level 430.
Shots 11, Salt Lake Center.
Okay, coming close to coming close to stable here. Let's go ahead and get cruise power set. We're going to drop these down to 34.
American 1997, contact Salt Lake Center on 121.15.
2115, American 1997, have a good night.
To 34.
You too.
22 on the RPMs. Go ahead and get the cowl flaps closed, and that should keep the manifold pressure. I'm sorry, the cylinder head temps right at 200. Okay, cowl flaps are closed. So 3422, we can go from auto rich to auto lean. I got to switch to, I'll just knock all four down automatically, which is nice. And then the BMEP should settle in right at 150 across the board, and we can kind of fine tune here. Make sure we're getting symmetrical power from all four engines. 150.
Salt Lake Center, hello, Delta 2920.
The other thing is,
seatbelt
signs can come off.
230.
Alright, and since we're pretty well parked at our cruise speed and 16,000, let's drop down here. Let's get our altitude hold on. Really, the idea is if you get it trimmed out well enough, the altitude hold's not even really necessary, but just kind of that extra step of protection. And let's just make sure we're still tracking towards wind falls. And what's the distance? 106 miles still. Greetings from the flight deck with an update. We've reached our cruise altitude of 16,000 feet. We turned off the fasten seatbelt signs. We do have a little bit of a cloud layer above us, but hopefully that will have some nice smooth air to cruise in on the way up to Boise. We did get everyone about 20 minutes late. But we are underway now. And, hopefully shouldn't experience too many more delays getting into Boise. The cabin crew is going to come around with a fine selection of Red Bull products, Boise finger steaks, and an ice cream potatoes. So sit back, relax, and enjoy your trip aboard our beautiful Douglas DC-6 here. And we thank you for joining us on United Flight 514 service to Boise, Idaho. All right. 34, 22, 200, 150 across the board, still at 16,000 and tracking the Twin Falls. Guys, don't forget our slant artwork adventure underway. Our slant artwork adventure is just our side project. We create the thumbnail that represents the live stream once we upload it to YouTube later. And we've just got me on the ramp preparing to take up our DC-6 from United Airlines. We've added the Denzel trench coat and the umbrella there. So we had a little bit of rain on the ramp. If you want to get in on that action, you can cash in 500 of the Twitch channel points, aka the Alphabets points, there at the bottom of the chat panel. And then once you've done so, you can let us know right there in the chat what you'd like to do to add to or modify that that piece of artwork there. Not a paragraph, but a few words or a simple sentence to let us know what you'd like to add to it, piece by piece, basically. So thank you very kindly for the resubscription there, Good Fixins. And I don't know if I officially thanked you, R6 Chavez, for the resub. No, I said hi. I don't think I thanked you for the resubscription. Guys, we do a drawing on this channel toward the end of every single month where we award a prize to whoever comes out of the fishbowl. And the way you get into the fishbowl, we'll talk about a little later on. But we do that drawing every single month. We've got other kinds of fun giveaways and milestones that we celebrate on the channel. We do a Super Bowl pool, we do a March Madness pool, we do giveaways every summer when we pass our stream anniversary. We always kind of come up with excuses to give away stuff on this channel. It's the continued support of the channel in terms of the subscriptions and the gift subs and the cheer bits and the donations that keep the funding for those giveaways coming in. I don't put that in my pocket. I give it back to you in terms of the stream giveaways, and we truly appreciate you continuing to support the stream and continuing to allow us to do those fun interactive activities. Texas Flyboy is here. Texas Flyboy wants to do some slant artwork. What would you like to add to our image there, Texas Flyboy? I'll bring it back on the screen. Again, it's just me preparing our Douglas DC-6 for United Airlines to take it off the ramp at Salt Lake City. We got the trench coat and the umbrella as the light rain pours down. And what would you add to that? We got to put some
Shots 11 to center maintain.
we got to put some potatoes in the mix there. Okay. I got you. I got you.
0 shots 1-1.
Delta 1204, contact Salt Lake Center on 121.15.
Tell you what, I'm gonna move over to COM 2.
Delta 20 contact Salt Lake approach on 128.1.
It's so much easier to see.
Salt Lake Hello, Southwest 3885 by level 215, climbing 230.
Southwest 3885, Salt Lake Center.
And what was that next sector over?
Flight level 300, Southwest 3885.
Well, anyway, we'll just keep it on COM 2. It's easier for me to see COM 2 from down here. Because the first one's kind of hidden behind these controls, so go with that. Alright, potatoes.
And Salt Lake Southwest 3885 question.
Southwest 3885, Salt Lake Center.
Are you the events coordinator?
I am.
Alright, we got the request in there, Mr. Flyboy. Let's see how we do. And again, doing just the symmetrical fuel load tonight. Since we were we were thinking 3-hopper originally. I think the 3-hopper might be a little too ambitious, but at least this trip up to Boise and then the trip up to Portland from there, we figured, you know, a 2-hopper, or even if it was going to be a 3-hopper, was going to give us too much to do in order to work, you know, in order to take on the additional burden of managing fuel. You know, we've done in this aircraft on some of our longer trips is, you know, we'd load the fuel haphazardly and then we'd kind of challenge ourselves to figure out how we would manage it and get it back to a balanced and sensible configuration over the course of the flight. But we just decided that today we had too much else going on with the Friday night ops and busy traffic and potentially a 3-hopper. We're going to have our hands full, and I didn't want to add that extra burden to it. Oh, there we go. We got a couple bags of potatoes there getting ready to be loaded onto the aircraft. So there you go, Flyboy. We can figure out something yummy to do with those, I'm pretty sure. Does look good. Oh, I didn't really do cabin pressure checks on the way up. However, we knew that our cabin altitude was going to end up sitting just above 5,000, and it is. We're cruising at 16,000. The differential pressure with 16 and the cabin at 5. The differential pressure is well within our normal, you know, upper limit there, and the cabin altitude is no longer climbing, so everything is good. I really should have been checking that. You normally check that at 10, and I check that again typically at 18. We didn't make it even up to 18, but I normally do check it as we climb through 10,000 feet, and I forgot to do that this time. But our cabin pressure is all good, and the cabin temperature is indeed setting right there at 70 degrees Fahrenheit. So we're all set there. Coming up on Twin Falls, which I typically accidentally say Twins Falls. It is indeed a single Twin Falls. It's not the falls that belong to the Twins. It is the
United 514, contact Salt Lake Center 118.05.
That's right, 1805 you said?
Abraham 118.5.
Alright, 1805, United 514, we'll see. 1805.
And Chalk 11, contact Salt Lake approach on 1.
Salt Lake Center, United 514, 16,000.
United 514, Salt Lake Center, welcome.
But anyway, so I typically, for whatever reason, I got a mental block. And I say Twin Falls.
United 514, just double check. Are you RNF capable to know DC-6? Could be.
Yeah, we're retrofitted. We got a Garmin 430.
Beautiful.
I know, breaking the mold on my channel, I know.
Oscar 568, turn left for O'Kinney, thanks for that.
Okay, the left get 568.
I know this is so little that I actually fly that's truly slant alpha anymore, but
And Alaska 568, we're going to get higher, we're going to stay at 280 for the cruise.
Alaska 568, you can switch now to Salt Lake on 121.15.
you may have been asking because I had filed this SPUD for arrival, and the SPUD for arrival does indeed require that I be able to follow these RNAV points. Now this is a conventional instrument approach. He could just simply vector me to, but yeah, I am indeed filed on an RNAV arrival, and I did indeed make sure I was equipped to do that. And that's one of the reasons. Like, so there's so many, coming into Boise. All the arrival procedures are RNAV. And that's really the case in many airports now. Obviously, if you're not RNAV capable and there isn't a non-RNAV SID, that doesn't mean you can't fly to the airport. It just means that they have to do, a little bit of additional vectoring to keep you away from the faster jet traffic. So that's all well and good. But this being a Friday Night Ops event, I was just like, you know what? Instead of being, special problem child and having to have them do all that extra work just for me, I figured I'd at least make it a little bit eeasier and follow a path that they can just clear me on, and then they just have to vertically separate me instead of having to do all that extra vectoring. So, and that's kind of the mentality that I take into every Friday Night Ops event and even events during the week, with things like this aircraft and the Learjet, the Fly Somewhere Learjet, and the BAE-146. We could fly those all with just radio-based navigation. But it just makes things more difficult for the controllers, and it makes things more difficult for us, honestly, when you get into sections of the country where these non-RNAV airways don't even exist anymore. I mean, there's whole chunks over here, like Cleveland Center. There's no low-altitude airways anywhere in Cleveland anymore. There's no conventionally navigable airways going up and down Florida anymore. Conventionally navigable airways have these big chunks east and west. Like if you wanted to follow a conventional nav airway through here, so you got one. Yeah, but like down here through this whole airspace here, you got nothing but RNAV airways, nothing conventionally navigable through this entire chunk of airspace. So it's just happening all over the U.S. where big pieces, all the way like northeast corridor, it's horrendous in terms of how many RNAV airways there are, but how few conventionally navigable airways there are anymore. Up this Boston airspace, high altitude airways, almost all RNAV, very few conventionally navigable anymore. And then especially outside the U.S. You get over into Europe and there's so few conventionally navigable airways even left anymore. So yeah, we can continue to fly conventional navigation. It requires quite a bit of creativity in our routing, but then it also requires creative handling from the controllers, and that's the piece I don't want to burden someone else with my fantasy. But that's why I say, you know, let's just bite the bullet. Fly these aircraft with RNAV capability. You know, even though it's not period appropriate. You know, it's easier to fly it in a vintage aircraft in the modern airspace simulation by taking that little bit of a liberty. And I'll tell you what, guys, I'm going to give you this preview. That is very much the mentality that I'm going to take when we start getting into the Boeing 707, and I know that's going to hurt us in the heart when we are simulating a 707 with a UNS-1 in it for a Pan Am flight. I get it. I'm going to tell you now, I get it, I understand, but because we're going to be doing a lot of it on VATSIM with other air traffic simulating modern procedures and modern aircraft, we're going to have to bite that bullet and take that liberty. Now, I do say, and I said at the beginning of the stream,
514, descend via the Spud for arrival, landing west, altimeter 2990, and you can cancel the speed restrictions.
Okay, we'll descend via Spud 4, landing west, 2996, cancel speed restrictions, United 514.
Just double check the altimeter is 2990.
Oh, 990, got it, United 514. Thought he said 6. So yeah, we're gonna, especially in Europe, there's so few conventionally navigable procedures anymore.
2837, turn right heading 010, elections for sequence.
Right heading 010 to the 2837.
We're going to end up being the odd child out if we're trying to follow the conventional navigation constraints in the Pan Am aircraft in a modern airspace simulation. So yeah, we're going to bite the bullet. But I will tell you, and I said at the beginning of the stream, you know, thinking in terms of that vintage trip that we organize in February every year, you know, now that we do have a very good, you know, we've had this the Salty 747-200, the Felix 742. We've got the 727. That's kind of a medium haul aircraft for you know, for both X-plane, and we got one for flights in 2020, maybe 2024. So we had some options in terms of medium haul jets, but now that we have yet another one, that seems by all measures to be a pretty decent one. You know, very much thinking that this upcoming vintage cross the something that we do at the beginning of February every year might very well be jet oriented. And we might, maybe what we'll do, if I could figure it out, I'll do a hybrid one. I'll do, you know, jets take off from about 2,400 miles away, and prop liners take off from about 1,200 miles away, and we'll all converge at the same place at the same time. So maybe we'll work out something like that, so that the folks that want to do that trip in something like this, you know, have that option, but those who want to do a jet-oriented trip have that option as well. So it'll require some creative event design on my part, but I think that's what we will, I think that's what we'll try and plan for.
Send via the key in for arrival, altimeter 2990, landing west, Alaska 467.
Alright, so we're going to be at Sealore at 8, Spud at 10, MASH at 11. Yeah, then I think we don't really have to worry about too much until we talk about MASH at 11. We're at 16,000 now, that's 5,000, so that means 25 miles prior to MASH is when we want to start down. Because we like to use 5 miles per 1,000 feet in this aircraft. So really right at the point Orida is where we want to start that descent. Not yet at Twin Falls. And then we got some time yet.
Up to the Blaisdell 280 and heading 280 for Southwest 2611.
All right, well, let's take a peek.
2611 heading 360 and flight level 280.
29, he did say 29.
280 heading 360.
90, right? 96. 90 was what I thought I heard. 2996 was the actual. So that's what we'll put there. Plane's going to put a little bit of a pitch up to get back to the 16. Okay, there we go. Little bit of weather up ahead, but nothing looks like we need to steer around. I think we're okay. Boise, Information Hotel, 29... Oh, 20, it is 2990. I got it backwards there. I got it all confuzzled. Okay. So 2990, Information Hotel, 3308. So we're landing and departing 28 left and 28 right. We've got the ILS to 28 right dialed in. And since they have an ILS to that runway and not to the left side, you kind of figure 28 right must be the
Alaska 797
normal arrival runway. But if we get that and then we have to do a visual sidestep, we can. We don't officially have a sidestep minimum, but you know, once if we're intercepting this approach, but we're performing it as a visual approach, then obviously we've got the leeway if we've got the field in sight to make a maneuver like that. So, yeah, it would require us to have the field in sight before we do that. Anyway, 3308, 10 statute miles clear. Doesn't seem like visibility is going to be a factor. 2990, visual and instrument approaches in use on the 28s. Expect pre-departure clearance for your private message. Okay, yeah. Read back off runway and hold short instructions. Okay, so nothing earth-shattering there. But yeah, we have Information Hotel. And I think we're ready to go. We can kind of pre-tune. We got Boise Tower 18.1 and 21.7. We can kind of get those pre-tuned. I'm going to get those on COM 1. 18.1 and 21.7.
Southwest 2611 contact.
18.1.
21.15, yeah, go.
And 21.7. So we'll have that ready to go for when we need it, but right now we're still on COM 2. Couple different sectors of Boise approach, so I'm not sure which one we'll talk to first. We'll let them just kind of hand us as we need it. But we're currently operating on COM 2, and then when we get handed over to the tower, we'll just switch to transmit and receive on COM 1, and we'll already have that preset. And then we said that the point Orida was our top of descent. Okay, we are just now turning to the point Brof. We've got 22 miles to Brof, and then I think it was 17 after that to Orida. Can you tell that there is a theme here to this this star? Orida, MASH, and Spud. I don't know if the rest of these are on that same theme. They're not jumping out at me, per se. But certainly I detect somewhat of a theme here. Kind of vaguely reminds me of the theme that we added to our Slant Artwork adventure. I know, that's why I'm getting hungry, says Texas Flyboy, right?
Contact Big Sky approach 126.9ers, yeah.
26, Nigel, 29, 20.
Following Center Walker 50 level, flight level 280.
Walker 5058 to Salt Lake Center, welcome. Descend via the Fatal 4, arrival landing west, altimeter 2990.
Alright, we'll descend via Walker 5058.
Alright, and then let's operate under the assumption that we're going to be getting this ILS to 28 right. 110.15. That probably auto-tuned in nav 1. Yeah, 110.15. And the course on that 282. If we go missed on that, it's the Boise VOR 279er, so we'll tune that 13.3 and 279er on or nav 2 rather, 13.3, 279. $13.3 and 279 on the there we go. Matter of fact, we're receiving that. It's straight ahead. So if we flip the DME down here over to nav 2, we can get kind of a sense of our distance remaining to the airport, 87 miles from the airport. So that's a nice little cross-check in terms of progress. Now it looks like the VOR is just a little bit east of the airport, but still good round figures, ballpark, back of the napkin estimate in terms of our distance remaining. I'm really excited about the 707, guys. If I get a chance to do a test flight in it this weekend, and I don't know if I will, and we might have kind of a last-minute family gathering this weekend that I wasn't planning on. But if that happens, then if that doesn't happen, and I get a chance to do a test flight in the 707, and if all goes well with it, you can very much expect one of our upcoming streams to kind of get rotated out in terms of the topic and activity in favor of that 707. I'm so looking forward to it. It's going to be so much fun. And I think, you know, switching to do some more, you know, longer haul, you know, I'm not going to be starting to do like, you know, transatlantic streams, 8-10 hour streams. But in one stream where we typically do a 2 or 3 hopper, you know, if we take one stream and do a single flight of a kind of a 4-hour length, you know, that wouldn't be out of the question, because I think the 707 will keep us busy enough at cruise, managing fuel systems and pressurization systems to merit it, and to do a lot more international flying in it. If we're taking flights out of the Pan Am book, then we're talking a lot of trips down to South America. We're talking a lot of trips down into the Caribbean. We're talking a lot of trips into Europe and even Africa. Man, I don't think I've done any sim flying in Africa. Now, the Trans-Pacific flights, I think they're just maybe a little bit too long for the stream. I don't know if we'll do, and we could do maybe an SFO to Honolulu, and then we might be able to do like the short hop if we were to do the variation of the flight that takes us from Honolulu to Wake Island rather than Honolulu straight to Guam. That might be a little bit more palatable. And there are, looking at that 1970 schedule, it looks like there are a lot of the trips, they vary them. Like, on certain days, they go to these stops on the way down to South America. On other days, they go to these stops on the way down to South America. On certain days, they make this stop in the Caribbean. On other days, they make this stop in the Caribbean. So it was very interesting to kind of go through that book, flight by flight, line by line, and kind of, you know, put a little text file together to plan out where we might go, which ones we might do.
467, contact Big Sky.
But yeah, I think if we start to see, some longer trips, a few longer trips, and a few international trips on the stream, that wouldn't necessarily be a bad thing, and certainly, kind of bringing that Pan Am heritage, that Clipper heritage back alive. I know there's a good number of folks that do that on VATSIM, but especially with a nicely modeled 707, it just seems like it'd be a no-brainer to include that in our live stream from time to time as well. So yeah, it's going to be an awesome time. Going to be an awesome time. Looking forward to it. All right, so we're 8 miles from Oroida. Oroida was right where we said our top of descent was going to be. Let's go ahead and
Salt Lake Center Southwest 418 is
get an update of our ATIS information. It is indeed still hotel. Light winds, clear skies, 37 degrees is, wow, close to 100. Well, what did we say in the last stream? 37? 37 is exactly body temperature. I mean, when they say 98.6 is exactly your body temperature. Not really that exact. It's just what 37 Celsius translates to is exactly 98.6. So there you go. Almost 100 degrees. All right, let's go ahead and get the seatbelt signs on. Landing altitude at Boise. $2,800. So there's 3,000. Well, that about 2,800. Greetings from the flight deck with an update. We've turned the fasten seatbelt signs on. We've asked that you return to your seats and fasten your seatbelts as we are just about to start our descent into Boise. The cabin crew is going to come around with with one last time to collect trash and take care of any last-minute needs. The weather in Boise is
Southwest 2592,
weather in Boise is showing as almost 100 degrees with light winds and clear skies, and we expect that we're going to be on the ground in just about 30 minutes.
Big Sky approach 119.6.
We'll talk you safe and sound on the ground, and thanks again for flying with us on United Flight 514 service to Boise, Idaho. Okay, there's Oroida. Let's go ahead and take the altitude hold
Roger, I'll amend your cruise
off.
You can expect flight level 400 in about 10 minutes. That'll be the next controller though.
Let's go ahead and tip the nose downward. And initial descent is 26 and 21. So 26 on the manifold, 21 on the
375, contact Salt Lake Center 121.15, yeah.
RPMs,
121.15.
and should hit 100 BMEP right on the nose if we do that, and we did. And then we want to put it right down to about 1,000 feet per minute descent rate. ELW 124 is here. Mango 4519 is here. Mango, how are you? Oh, you're at Pocatello Tower? Yeah, we're going to be passing by tonight. We're not going to stop in and talk to you, unfortunately, but we are going to be in the area. Hope that you get some traffic over there. All right, we're trying to be at MASH 11,000. Oh, did we get some nasty weather down here yesterday? Yeah, we sure did, ELW. We had some tornado warnings come through. Fortunately, no damage reported in our immediate vicinity. I heard that there was a pretty good damage event up in Dover area.
United 514, contact Big Sky, approach 126.9 yeah.
26 9 or 5, United 514.
Southwest 2592, contact to Salt Lake Center 121.15. Yeah.
I almost said 514 Delta Victor.
2115, Southwest 259.
Verify that we've got the... Okay. Station Hotel. Big Sky approach United 514. We got information hotel at Boise. We are 13,800 descending via the Spuds 4.
United 514, Big Sky approach. Expect RNAV Zulu, runway 28 left approach via Eller.
Okay, RNAV Zulu 28 left via Eller, United 514. Almost did it again.
Alaska 787, contact Boise Tower 118.1. Have a good day.
All right, let's...
Over to Tower 118.1, Alaska 797.
Procedure. Select approach, enter. RNAV, we're not going to be able to do the RNAV Zulu. And approach where United 514 is unable RNAV Zulu. We'll be able to do RNAV Yankee.
That was 281 Alaska 467, Big Sky approach, Roger. And who else is checking on or calling up?
United 14, we're going to be unable RNAV Zulu. Are we able to do RNAV Yankee for 28 right?
You said you want an RNAV Yankee. We're letting 28 left. Is that fine? Sorry, RNAV Yankee 28 left. United 514.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, 28 left. Yeah, RNAV Yankee 28 left. We're unable to Zulu.
United 514, Roger. You can expect RNAV Yankee. We're running 28 left. And United 514 at Stellar, cleared RNAV Yankee, runway 28 left.
Okay, at Cellar, cleared RNAV Yankee, runway 28 left approach, United 514. Okay, so yeah, it comes right off that point Cellar, which is right at the end of the star, which makes sense why they want us to do that. Let's keep the... Yeah, the throttles are too far down. They're causing me some alarms. Let's go ahead and switch to the low blowers. That way I can get the throttles back up. But we still want to keep the BMEPs down to about 80 because we do need to make sure we're not picking up too much speed. We can shallow the descent because we're already down at 11,000 and we might be too low here. 11 and higher by Tout and Mash. Where are we? Okay, we're between Tout and Mash right now, so we're good. And then let's just check Tout and Mash and Spud, and then Cellar, and then let's just check the RNAV 28 left. Cellar, Nestle, Unsu, Dutme, Asasi, Bounty, and then the runway. Okay.
Approach, Walker 5058 94, descending 7,000.
Okay, we are good. We
Walker
are.
5058, Big Sky approach, Roger.
We're in need of keeping
Hi,
11,000. We'll let the speed bleed off a little bit. And then, so we don't need to worry about the frequency and approach course, but let's make sure we got the minimums. Minimums are going to be, let's see, we're not going to have LNAV and VNAV, it's just LNAV. So 3380 are going to be our minimums.
When is that weather supposed to roll in?
They said around like 30 minutes from now. It looks like it's coming.
Let's go ahead and get landing lights on and extended like 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Alright, speed's coming down nicely. We got the blowers. Fuel pressure, fuel configuration is fine. Let's go ahead and get the mix to auto rich. Did that go? Yeah, they did. Alright, and then let's check our carb heat, carbs. Could use a little bit more heat to be on the top of that yellow range there. So we'll monitor that on the way down. Okay, we're still at 11. And we're coming up on cellular, and we can go down to 8,000 now. Alright, friends. Well, starting to get a little bit busy here. Let's go ahead and start. I know it's a little early yet, but let's start getting some predictions into the chat as far as the vertical descent rate at the moment the wheels touch runway surface. No bot command necessary for that, just a number. Into the chat, positive or negative. We'll know that you meet a descent rate either way.
United 514, reduce speed to 180.
Reduce speed 180, United 514.
Walker 5058, reduce speed to 190.
190, Walker 50.
Okay, we're basically at 180 now. What's the, I go to flaps 10 at 174.
467, turn right heading 180, vector to final.
Turn right heading 180, Alaska 467.
Walker 5058, fly heading 090.
090, Walker 50.
Okay, we said minimums 30, 380. And it's straight out to Jimmy at 6,000 if we go missed. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and get the first notch of flaps out and the gear out. We said 180. That'll, so the first notch of flaps is 174.
Alaska 467, 4 miles from Muskie, turn right heading 250, maintain 8,000.
That's close, but that'll allow us to go ahead and get some drag configured. And so that way we'll be able to keep the speed under control.
4 miles from
As we come up to Cellar, we want to be at or above 8,000. And we're already after Cellar. We're going to go into Nestle. So we need to be down to 6,800 if we can. A little early, but you guys can start putting some predictions into the chat as far as the vertical descent rate at the moment the wheels touch runway surface. No bot command necessary. Just a number into the chat, positive or negative. We'll know the immediate descent rate either way. And closest predictor gets an automatic entry into our landing rate raffle, which we'll pull toward on the end of the month, August the 31st.
RNAV Zulu, we're by 28 left by a Cellar.
RNAV Zulu, 28 left to be a Cellar, southwest 418.
Walker 5058, turn left heading 340.
Okay, at Nestle, 68.
Alaska 467, maintain 180 knots to a 5-mile final.
Maintain 180 knots until 5 miles, Alaska 467.
United 514, maintain 170 knots or greater until a 5-mile final.
170 or greater to 5 out, United 514.
Walker 5058 has field traffic.
Walker 5058, proceed right to Officer, cross Officer at 7,000, cleared RNAV Zulu, we're by 28 left approach.
Direct Officer, clear approach, Walker 5058.
Outpost 418 at Cellar, cleared RNAV, we're by 28 left approach.
At Cellar, cleared RNAV Zulu, 28 left approach, southwest 418.
Alaska 467, contact Boise Tower 118.1, good day.
Contact Tower 118.1, Alaska 467, thanks.
After Nelly, 5,800. And we're at 7. Drop the speed as best as we can. Alright, we're coming up on altitude now, so let's shallow it out and get the speed off. Okay, we are headed to Vunsu. Are we after Vunsu? Yeah, we're almost at Vunsu. The 5800.
9514, contact Boise Tower, 1811, good night.
A181, United 514, see ya. Boise Tower, United 514's over Vunsu for 28 left approach.
November 5 Alpha Bravo, make a right 360.
Right 360, 8 5 Alpha Bravo.
5 Alpha Bravo, you can make it wide. You're going to be following G traffic.
So, no on the 360.
Okay, we're inbound to Dutney.
Would you like me to do the 360 or
4980.
5 Alpha Bravo?
November 5 Alpha Bravo, wide right 360.
Wide 368 or 5 Alpha Bravo.
Okay, gears down in green. We're working on landing flaps.
Horizon 2474, you up?
Permanent.
Horizon 2474, pull up to
Dutney 49.
That on your left towards the start of the runway.
After Dutney, we can go to 4200.
Pad on my left, Horizon 2474.
And up the 24 X-ray, see you pull it up.
Below 165, we can go flaps 15. We are at flaps 15.
I got metering going for you.
I don't know that I see the runway yet. Oh, there it is. Right in front of us.
Affirmative, Delta 2 for X-ray, start with that.
Jet 460, contact departure.
Alright, my airplane.
462.
Heaven help us. Italia United 514's short final 28 left.
United 514, Boise Tower, runway 28 left, cleared land.
Little land 28 left, United 514. Alright, let's get the power backed off. Let's get the rest of our flaps deployed. Last call for the predictions.
58 to runway 28.
Okay, we're in the white R.
Land, you parked in at the
As soon as we do that, we can get down to the rest of our flaps. VREF 133 to 103.
Bravo, you got traffic on your 12 o'clock United 2 mile final.
You got the traffic in sight, Eastern 5 Alpha Bravo.
November 5 Alpha Bravo, roger. Keep on extending your downwind. Additional traffic is going to be about a 7 mile final.
Roger, extending downwind.
And we'll get the nose over. We have 130, we're slowing to 100. We're going to get the nose over to get back on the center line. And then we'll...
Oscar 467, vacated, runway 28 left, I call.
Okay, we get lined up.
Oscar 467, cross runway 28 to right at Gulf, contact ground on the other side.
And down to
100
right knots.
Contact ground, Alaska 467. November 5 Alpha Bravo, showing you flying a bit away from airport. Proceed, turn base now.
Turning base, Eastern 5 Alpha Bravo.
Okay, and just a little bit of uplift on the nose to flare.
And they'll go to 26.
And yeah, we're a little left of center line here.
Delta 26, no more than 3 minutes, please.
We'll be back.
November 5 Alpha Bravo, proceed direct airport.
Okay, left the center line, but otherwise I was pretty happy with it. Considering the speed management we had to do to keep our speed up for those guys on approach, I was happy. This echo that we're turning off at. Straight into the terminal. Yeah, I think this is echo.
United 514, cross 28 right, ground point 7 on the side.
Alright, cross 28 right, ground point 7, United 514, thanks. Alright, landing lights off and retracted.
Delta 24, actually, runway 28
heat
right,
off.
line up and wait to traffic across the
Flaps can be stowed.
Straight right, line up and wait, seeing traffic state right now.
November 5 Alpha Bravo, traffic to follow is a 1 mile final for 28 to the left.
Delta traffic side, it's 5 Alpha Bravo.
November 5 Alpha Bravo, runway 28 left to clear for takeoff, make left push traffic.
Stay firm, alright, I'll read. One.
Wizard ground, United 514 off of 28s at Echo, and we're going to Bravo 11 if we can.
Last unit calling, identify.
Yep, Wizard ground. This United 514, we're off of the 28s at Echo, going to gate Bravo 11.
And 415 Boise ground, you taxi straight at Alpha. Have a go.
I just confirmed that was for 514.
A firm, United 514, taxi straight in by Alpha.
Alright, straight into the Alpha for United 514, thanks.
FedEx 621 Heavy, if you need 28 right, I can give it to you.
We can do 28 left. I know it'll probably make it easier for you so we're not crossing, you know, a couple of different runways, so we can take 28 left.
Copy.
Our very good friend Kosh Hyperu again. Of course, he got here quicker than we did, and he's already taxiing out for his leg number 2. Alright, so Bravo 11 should be this first one here. Yeah, okay, that should be open, looks like. I think I finally got the static traffic off. I think everybody here is actually a VATSIM player. Our strobe light can come off. Okay, so I think 11 is this first one here. Oh, no, second one. Okay, I think it was a fairly successful first leg. We had a little bit of a dicey energy management situation on that approach, but that was just because we're, you know, a prop liner
420 Heavy, contact tower.
and a cluster of jets. The approach controllers don't always have a lot of leeway in terms of speed management. Sometimes they don't realize what we need in terms of our speed management. Okay, I really messed up the alignment on this. Judging it off of the gate position, and I shouldn't have been.
Ground up to 1355, that is taxi.
So sometimes they don't realize how much slower we need to be, but sometimes they just don't have the leeway because of the amount of traffic coming. All right, let's run through flaps stowed, cow flaps. Should have been open. That's one thing I forgot. Hopefully not burning my engines up. Yeah, they're sitting at 200, so they're fine. Cow flaps, pitot heat, anti-icing. We then use strobe, landing lights, and car keep is all reset. So we're all good there. We got everything on the arrival. Let's get the throttles down. We did. Mix can go to cutoff. And fuel selectors can come off.
Good afternoon, Horizon Air 2352, gate Charlie 3. We're ready for push and start, but we can hold here if needed.
Let's go to the upper panel, do a couple of other things. Oh, I never did get that first fuel pump off. That's weird.
Do you have a time,
that was in the startup sequence. I left that on the entire time. Let's see.
Appreciate it.
Seatbelt signs, beacon light, mags off, gens off, inverters off, wheel well lights can come on, engine instruments off, and entrance lights can come on. Down on the front, we can clear out the transponder code. We'll just set 2000 for now. Go back into, we'll just go ahead and turn that off for now. The rest of the radios can come off. DME radio. ADF radio, COM 1 nav 1, COM 2 nav 2. Now I think we will still hear it. It will be still reported as active on VPilot. A little bit of a glitch there. That's fine.
Southwest 418 clear, runway 28 red on Gulf, going to the terminal.
Then let's
Southwest 418, voice ground. Good evening. Taxi to the terminal
set
via
our control lock.
I'll have a good one, Southwest 418.
Delta 1355, you got that tower 18.1 over the flight. 18
what else? Alright, yeah, we gotta get everything set on the tablet here. Go ahead and get the wheel chocks, ground power, exit doors, cargo holds open. Let's give a moment for those to get opened up. And then the stairs as well. Alright, now that we've got ground power connected, we can go ahead and switch up over here. And then let's see how we did with our fuel. So we got airborne about 15 minutes late. So I had said originally 9:10. If it's 9:25, then we're kind of right on time, but it's 9:14. Okay, so we kind of made up some time. So we've got airborne 15 minutes late, but we only made it 4 minutes late. And then let's see, we're supposed to have 10,300 remaining. Let's see how we did based on our gauges here. We got 2,700 plus 2,750 plus 2,750 plus 2,700. 10,900, and I said 10,300. All right, well, yeah, 579 extra pounds is not a bad thing. So flight timing and fuel estimates worked out well. Let's see how your predictions did in terms of the descent and landing. So it scored me 83 out of 100. 186 was what registered. That's not too bad. I'm okay with that. Center line we knew was off. Crab angle we knew was off. Everything else gave me pretty good marks for here. So, yeah, not bad at all. And again, having to kind of chop the speed and in the nice smooth descent right to the runway. Right in the touchdown zone. Yeah, we knew we were left to center line. We knew we were correcting back over to the right as best as we could. And even over the threshold, we were still pretty far left. And even at touchdown, we were still pretty far left. But we sorted it out with the rollout, of course. But yeah, not bad considering the late speed reduction that we had to handle in this aircraft, which is not really designed for that. I felt like, all things considered, I'm pretty happy. What was the number? 186, and you guys came in at 124, 143, 120, and 114. So the highest of those four, Iowa Scotsman with the 143 is going to go ahead and take it. Iowa Scotsman, okay. On 821. Alright, excellent. Well, let's get leg number 2 filed. And then let's do a little liquid recycling break, and then we'll get up and airborne just as quickly as we can. Probably just the 2-hopper tonight. But let's at least get you a nice vantage point, which will show you the activity here at the Boise Airport. Alright, let's go ahead and get leg number 2 filed. Bring the flight plan over here. Come on, come on. Yep, okay, you're going to see my name and email address, but that's... Oh, it didn't. Okay. We found an existing flight plan. Yeah, that'll save us some typing. A lot of it's the same. All of it's the same there. Okay, KBOI. Off block is going to be 135. Can we do that? Oh, that's 15 minutes away. We might be hustling for that. 14,240. Our destination PDX with the alternate going to be Yakima. En route 0135 with 0457 left in the tanks at this point. And let's just copy the route in. Everything else there is the same.
20 Whiskey, voice crack.
Taxi runway 28 left via Bravo.
We should see that reset there in just a moment, but let's reset it here. We're going to go from KBOI. That's the route to KPDX.
Ground up 420 with India ready for taxi.
That's what it looks like. Yeah, it looks like we got some good weather that we're going to be moving over here on the way. We don't need the SPA, we don't need the approach. We've got the airport diagram. Let's get the
Alaska 929, Boise ground runway 28 right 55.
Boise 3 departure, just kind of a generic obstacle departure, really. But it does have us track this Boise VOR outbound and then to our route. And it says 16,000 or lower. I'm filing 14,000. I wonder if we need to file 16. Westbound from here. Well, that's the J. Let's look at the low. Yeah, it looks like we're going to need to file 16,000 there, so I wonder if we've got time to
Tower
correct it.
118.1, Verizon Air 2352.
Delta 420.
It was already locked. Okay, so that's fine. So we'll have to amend it to 16 if they don't. And they probably will.
Short 28 right at Mike. Delta 420.
So yeah, it does look like we need to be at 16, not 14.
Alaska 929, that's track.
Alright, but while they're chewing on that and while we're in need of a quick liquid recycle break, let's take a quick break out of the cockpit. And we'll be back with you in just a few, and we'll get underway with leg number 2 as we are pioneering the Pacific in our United DC-6. We've made it from Salt Lake to Boise, Idaho. We're going Boise up to Portland, Oregon for leg number 2, and we'll get underway in just a bit, guys. Sit tight.
Alaska 929, you can contact Tower 18.1.
18-1, that's the 9. Still.
Two-0 Whiskey, are you needing full length weight left?
I did not hear anything different, so we continue full length 520 Whiskey.
Sorry, 2-0 Whiskey, say again?
You did not give us an air departure, so we can go full length unless you want us to do an intersection.
Hey, we have there's a FedEx holding short, then an extended delay. If you are able to take Charlie.
We can take Charlie 520.
We're departing now. If you want full length, please feel free to take it.
We can just take Charlie 520.
Copy. You can monitor Tower 118.1.
What is that? 520.
Boise ground, good afternoon. Citation 789 or Mike Papa at Jackson Jet Factory, Indy.
Ground 11, 39, was India ready for taxi?
November 789er Mike Papa, Boise ground runway 28 right, taxi via Alpha.
28 right by Alpha, not my mouth.
Delta 420, monitor tower 118.1.
Monitor tower, Delta 420.
Aircraft is calling for packing constructions identified.
Alaska 1229, taxi with India.
Sorry, can you call time one more time for me?
Alaska 1229.
Was on Alaska 1229.
Hey, look, let's get 1122. We're clear to the right on Gulf, which is taxi to the terminal with short gates open.
Alaska 1122, voice ground, you can taxi straight in via.
Straight into the Alpha, Alaska 1122.
November 789er Mike Papa, if you're able to take it, go ahead and taxi runway 28 left, hold short runway 28 right via Mike.
Right, 28 left, and we'll hold short at Mike, not my phone.
Niner Mike Papa, you can contact tower below 8.1. Have a good one.
18-1, that might not be as well.
Ground Alaska 1229, can you hear me?
Alaska 1229, I read you.
Okay, yeah, Alaska 1229, ready for taxi with India.
Alaska 1229, I'm not showing you on the surface of the airport. Where are you located at?
Charlie 5, but it shows I'm not connected, so I'm not sure what's going on. Alaska 1229.
Yeah, Alaska 1229, you might be connected to the voice network, but not the actual flight data network.
I think this I can know if that one flat something that happened to me, I was connected at that server.
If you would like to try, go ahead.
Alright, friends, we're back with you, getting ready to start leg number 2 as we are pioneering the Pacific.
1520, voice ground.
Event hosted by Salt Lake and Seattle ARTCCs. We're at Boise. We're going to head up to Portland, right there in the opposite direction that the train's depicted there. Get a message from our delivery controller saying that he had a reroute for me and he wants us to call for a clearance, which is no problem. I hope that it's a reroute we can take. I hope that he realizes we're not a high altitude jet, but I also wanted to clarify with him that we know we need to be at 16 rather than 14. Unless he's got a reroute where we can take 14. I mean, who knows? We got plenty of extra fuel. I originally planned fuel for a 3-hopper continuing from Portland up to Seattle, but we're not going to have enough time to make that third leg, but that doesn't mean we got plenty of extra fuel, so I'm not worried about
if we can get a
reroute taking us out longer or less fuel efficient or what have you. Anyway, let's go ahead and see what he's got for us.
Crew to let you know we're ready to go.
We got our payload. Let's go ahead and set the record the gross weight 75,501, much lighter than leg number 1. And let's take a peek at what our V speed is going to be. V1 is going to be just barely above this line where it says 75,000, and then we're at 228.72, almost at 3.
Alaska 1229.
So V1 is really going to be 80, really 83 anywhere in there, maybe 84, closer to 80,000 and at higher altitude, but we'll say 83 is pretty solid as far as a V1. So that's going to be our abort speed. If we encounter any safety critical items prior to reaching 83, we'll abort the takeoff, and if we exceed 83, we'll continue accelerating to 93, where we'll rotate lift off, and we'll pitch to maintain 98. If we've got fewer than 4 working engines at that point, we'll maintain we'll pitch to accelerate to 165 if we do have all 4 engines working. All right, let's go ahead and grab our clearance and see what kind of a reroute he's got for us. Let's get let's transmit and receive off of COM2. And let's get COM2. I'll tell you what.
Charlie Juliet Twin, follow altimeter 3006.
Now let's transmit and receive on COM1 because we're going to go ahead and want to fire up that COM1 anyway, because that's also going to be where we put our route in. The clearance controller is on 25-9er. Rookie 31st is here. CB Flyer, I saw that you wanted to put a slant artwork adventure in. Let me get the reroute sorted out, and we'll get maybe on the taxi out, and we'll get that sorted out. So hopefully you're still hanging out with us, and we'll get that request taken care of. So 25-9 is our clearance. Let's go ahead and see what the latest ATIS information is. India. 8-9er. Still landing at departing 28s. Okay. And let's just see what he's got for us in terms of a reroute. Boise clearance, United 514, information India, IFR to Portland. So we understand we're going to need 16 rather than 14,000, but we saw your message about a reroute. Go ahead.
United 514 clearance. You said you're ready to copy?
Affirm.
And actually, United 514, if you want 14, I don't see a reason why I can't give it to you.
Yeah, Victor 500 showing minimum of 15, so that's why I said we might need to go higher. But anyway, you said you got a reroute, so let's go ahead with that.
United 514, I took you off of Victor 500 just because of what Portland wants. I want to verify you're RNAV capable. You are staying call fun here.
Yeah, we're RNAV capable, but we are piston, so.
Alright, United 514, you're cleared to the Portland airport via radar vector sail. That's Sierra Alpha India Lima Lima Buell Bravo Uniform Echo Echo Lima Yummy Uniform Correction, Yankee uniform, Mike, India Echo, Jotba, Juliet, Oscar, Tango, Bravo, Alpha, and the Hood 6 arrival. On departure, flight runway heading, climb maintain 16,000, departure frequency 119.6, squawk 4156.
All right. So I got the route's going to be Sail, then Buell, then Yumi, then Jotba, and then the Hood 6 arrival, and then hit me with the rest again, please.
On departure, fly runway heading, maintain 16,000, departure frequency 119.6, squawk 4156.
Roger, it'll be runway heading to 16,000, 119.6, and 4156 for United 514.
514, read back correct. I understand you had India, contact ground for taxi.
I have contact ground, United 514, thanks. Okay, that's fine. It doesn't really take us too much further out of our way. And like I said, we've got plenty of extra fuel, so we're okay. And plus, I got that clearance prior to punching it all into the FMC, which is good, or to the GPS rather. Okay, well, let's get back to the flow list then. We've got our clearance. Altimeters on information India 2989 now. So we'll get that down here. 2989, and we'll run it over here and adjust it here as well. 2989, field elevation 2,872, and that is indeed what we've got showing. So that's a good cross check. Everything is there. Walking 4156. We'll come down here and go 4156. We'll leave that off for now. Let's go ahead and get our route punched in. We'll go to flight plan, we'll go to menu, and we'll delete flight plan, enter yes. Punch in our origin, which is K, B, O, I, enter. The first point is called Sail, S A I L L. Enter. Next point is called Buell, B-U-E-E-L. Bueller. Bueller.
Is requesting airport clearance to Seattle with India.
Oscar 1123, Blake clearance. Thanks for India, PDC 7.
U-E-E-L.
Roger.
Oh, wow, we've got the raid from Spy Flight coming in. Thank you very kindly for the continued support of the channel, Mr. Spy. Formerly, the artist formerly known as 757 Spy. And thank you. Hope that Joe had a good stream. And we're flying up here in the Pacific Northwest as the Friday Night Ops is pioneering the Pacific. And we're pioneering it in the Douglas DC-6. I've got the Boeing 707 on my mind because I've been messing around with that new Boeing 707 modified by Inabuilds and working title. And I'm just about ready to start doing some flying on stream with that aircraft, and so excited about it because we really are looking forward to resurrecting some of the legacy of the Pan American Airways And man, it's going to be a lot of fun. You're going to start to see me doing a little bit more long haul trips than you're used to seeing me, and you're going to be seeing me outside of the U.S. more than you're used to seeing me. Once we get that 707 up and running, and we really start to embody the spirit of Pan American Airways in that. But that's coming up on the stream sometime soon. We'll probably shuffle some stuff around to fit that in once I'm comfortable with it. I got to probably one more run through in it. But man, it's going to be awesome. Well, thank you for the support. Hope that y'all had fun. And holy cow, what is the name there? I'm going to scroll off of that before you catch me trying to pronounce it, which is going to delay us another 10 minutes. But anyway, no, thanks for everyone coming over from the Spy Flight raid, and hope that y'all are having a good one. And you're here just in time to see us depart on leg number 2 from Boise, Idaho, up to Portland, Oregon, and the Douglas DC-6. All right, what was the point we were entering after Bueller? Yumi, or Yummy. M-I-E, there we are, enter. And then after that, whoops, clear. Yeah, I always like to just kind of move the cursor down and make sure. And then Jotba, and then the Hood 6, and then I'm just gonna, let's take a peek and see if we can just take a guess at what runways they're landing up in Portland. 2-8, so I'm going to guess 2-8 left. We don't know for sure whether that's what we're going to get, but that's what I'll load in for now. So Jotba and the Hood 6, and then runway 28 left. Let's just first of all enter Portland as our destination. That'll allow us to pull up those procedures. Okay, P, D, whoops, D, and then X. Enter. Okay, and then from there we can go procedures. We'll select the arrival. It's what do we say? Oh no, we want a menu and we want to select the destination airport. Enter. Okay, yeah, now these look more familiar. Hood 6, enter. Off of Jotba, enter. And we think it's going to be runway 28 left, enter. And we'll load that, and then we'll go back to procedures and we'll select the approach, enter. And the ILS runway 28 left, enter. If we do indeed fly the Hood, and again, we don't know for sure what we're going to get when we get up there, but let's just make our best guess for right now. So if we end up on 28 left, so there's Hood, there's a continuation page. It's going to be like 2-1, so it's 2-8 left and right from Schaefer. And then what's the ILS 2-8 left? Does it have a transition from Schaefer? Probably. No, it doesn't really, does it? But if we're coming kind of from the south, now we're going to be coming straight in. Okay, well, let's just put in either Hipster as our transition, or maybe there's no transition that we need to put in. Maver. And Schaefer. Where's Reedy then? Yeah, I don't think there'll be any of those. So I think we'll just go with vectors and enter. And we'll load it, but we know we're going to need to tune it in by radio when we get up there. Just run through the rival Jotba, Soda, Rabbi, Hood. And then after Hood, let's look at Beeves and Schaefer. And then Hannah, yeah, okay, Hannah, Adam, and then 2-8. And Adam, and then 2-8. Okay. All right, so that's all good. If that is indeed the procedure that we... Oh, it did? Schaefer's up here, right? Oh, yeah, look at that. No, you're absolutely correct. Yeah, so it is indeed coming off of Schaefer. Good catch there. No need to be rude, dude. Thank you for the help, but you don't need to be rude about it. Alright, so yeah, let's do that procedure again. And select approach. 28 left. From... Yeah, there we go. Enter. Load. And enter. Alright, so now let's double check that again. Yeah, and I'm with you on that, but it just looks like, isn't that kind of strange looking though? Because you're coming in straight, and then all of a sudden you're on this right base, which doesn't really visually make any sense. But no, you're absolutely correct. Yeah, but your comment, "Are you seeing okay?" kind of came off a little rude. So just you know, check the attitude. We're all here to help each other, man. All right. Anyway, Bees, and then Schaefer, and then Reedy, and then Hipster. Yeah, and then we're all good. Okay, perfect. All right, so we got the route set up. Let's go. Everything else can come back off because we're going to go through the power-up sequence, and everything else is off, I think. Yeah, transponder's off, everything else is off. V-speeds we already talked about, so we are good. Let's go ahead and get onto the upper panel. Power source goes back to the battery. Seatbelt signs can come on. Entry lights off. Wheel well lights off. Engine instruments back over to the normal bus. Let's come back over to the tablets. We can go to the ramp manager. Let's go ahead and close up cargo holds. Did that register? I don't know if it did or not. We'll wait a minute and see. Okay, yeah, it did. Stairs, and we'll see at the front stairs. We can go ahead and disconnect the ground power unit. Wheel trocks will leave on for just a moment. Yep, okay, exits and exits. Pressurization, we're going to set for 16,000, where cabin altitude is currently at, yeah, just almost 3, because that's what we're sitting at here. Flight is going to be indeed 16, so the cabin altitude will be just above 5 when we get going. And let's go ahead and set the cowl flaps to open. Oh, they already are, yeah, because we already did that on leg number 1. Fuel selectors can go to mains, and we just have a regular balanced fuel load this time. Nothing fancy, nothing silly with our fuel load this time. Throttles we're going to rock up to maybe about 10%, right about there. Alright, greetings from the flight deck and welcome aboard United Flight 514 service to Portland, Oregon. We are getting underway just a little bit late. We're going to be pushing back from the gate here momentarily, expecting wheels up 5 minutes till the hour. We might just be a few minutes late after that, but hopefully no further delays available up to our destination of Portland. The origin weather is showing almost 100 degrees. It's cooled off. It's the mid-90s. We've got mostly clear skies and light winds, but we do have some precipitation moving toward the area, and we are going to be moving through those layers of precipitation as we proceed north and westbound. So it might be a little bit of a bumpy ride getting up to cruise. We ask that you fasten those seatbelts 1 extra notch tighter for us on the way up today. Once we get up to 16,000, hopefully it'll be nice smooth sailing up to Portland. And by the time we get to our destination, it looks like all the weather there has moved off to the east, but we'll give you an update on the weather situation in Portland once we are ready to start our descent. In the meantime, though, sit back, relax, and like I said, just tighten those seatbelt fasteners just 1 extra notch for us, as we will be getting underway shortly. And thanks again for flying with us on United Airlines Flight 514 service to Portland. All right, let's get the beacon light on. let's go over to our ground frequency. Where are we? Ground frequency at Boise is 121.7. Let's go ahead and... Yeah, we already got that swapped in. We're going to need a pushback here. I don't think so. Well, I'm sorry. I'm looking at Portland. Let's go back to looking at Boise here. Yeah, I think that this first lane behind the terminal is just a taxi lane, not a taxiway. So I'll verify with ground though. Hey, this information is still India. And ground United 514, we're ready to push with India off of Bravo 11. This row behind us, is that a lane or is that a controlled taxiway?
United 514, Boise ground. You can push and start at your discretion. Advise when you're ready to taxi.
Alright, we'll call you short of Alpha, ready to taxi, United 514, thanks. Okay.
Alaska 797, monitor tower 18.1, available.
18-1, Alaska 797.
Alright, so let's get ready to go. Let's go ahead and set up our pushback. And we can push just to that lane right behind us. Enter. Request to push. And did we get the beacon light on already? Yeah, we did. Okay. So we'll release our parking brake. Release our hold. We are rolling. Up top, we'll go to start with the number 3. Fuel pump on low. Selector on 3. We'll get some motion going. We'll make sure there's nobody behind us. Okay, on the 9 call, we'll get magnetos. And a booster.
Into the ramp by Alpha.
12.
And on 12, get the primer. Okay, engine catches. We'll let it spin once. We'll get the mix in. Come down here, make sure everything's okay. Fuel pressure, RPMs. Yeah, it's going to take a minute to spin up to 1,000, but we'll adjust the throttles, make sure we're good here. Little high. Back the throttles down just a tiny little bit. Okay, so we're sitting just above 1,000. Rest of the throttles are pretty much even with that. We should be good. Let's go up top. Top, I said. Okay, there we go. Generator on. Fuel pump off. Number 4, fuel pump. Selector on and motion happening. CB Flyer, yeah, we'll get to that in just a moment, man.
6. 9.
Mag,
Alaska
boost.
1123, can monitor tower warning, full 1 of flight.
Prime.
Monitor 18-1, Alaska 1123, have a good one.
Okay, there it catches. We'll let it spin once. Mix comes in. Okay, 3 is a little hot. Let's bring it down. 4 is just now spinning up. That's fine. Alright. Generator on. Fuel pump off. Fuel pump on number 2. Selector on number 2. And motion happening.
3. 6.
For 9 call, we'll get the magneto and the booster on.
9. 12.
12 call, we get the primer on. Listen for the engine to catch. Okay, it does. We'll let it spin once, get the mix in. Come back down here, check all gauges. RPM's at 1,000. Number 2 is spinning up. Fuel pressure's all looking good. Up top, up top, top, top. There we are. Thank you. Generator on, fuel pump off. Fuel pump number 1 on, fuel selector, engine selector number 1 on, motion happening.
6.
The 9 call, we get the mag and boost.
9.
And on 12 call, we get prime. Wait for the engine to catch. Spin once, mix in. Okay, there we are. And let's see, this time, hopefully I won't forget and leave that fuel pump on the entire trip. Okay, 3 and 4 at 1,000, 2 at 1,000, number 1 still kind of spooling up. I keep going to the wrong upper panel. Okay, jet on, fuel pump off, selector off, and then that's okay, that's off. Yeah, okay, so we get the inverters on. We don't need water injection for this takeoff. We can get the DME radio on. We can get the transponder on. Yeah, straight up in the altitude mode is fine. Our Garmin stayed on. We'll go ahead and get nav2 com2 on. We'll get the ADF on. Let's get some frequencies preset. Ground's 21.7. Tower is going to be 18.1. And departure frequency, we were told, was 19.6. So that'll be on COM 2, and we'll be ready to switch to that when the time comes. Right now we're on COM 1, though. Alright, control lock off. Let's go ahead and set flaps, flaps 3, flaps 20 degrees. Control surfaces all checked. And trim. Right about where the word elevator is. Okay, good. We'll do a real quick check of the governor, make sure it catches all 4 engines. And it does.
We'll
check the
November 680 Charlie Echo at Western Airport taxi.
Check the reversers on the way out and the brakes on the way out, and other than that, I think we're ready to go.
November 680 Charlie Echo, noisy ground. Stand by.
Alright, we're still on India, yep. Boys ground, United 514 with India, we're ready to taxi.
United 514, runway 28, right taxi by Alpha.
Right via Alpha, United 514.
0 Charlie Echo, runway 28 left, taxi by Bravo.
28 left via Bravo, 68 Charlie Echo.
Okay, getting rolling. We're going to taxi down to the beginning of 28, which means we're taxiing in a 10 direction. We need to check our reversers. Okay, reversers are working.
Hey, ground scout 3403 on Alpha.
Last aircraft going, identify.
And brake check.
3403.
Okay.
Sky 3403, boys ground, runway.
Alright, reversers check, brake check.
Taxi the ramp by Alpha.
When we get down to the end, when we are number 1 for departure, we'll work cabin crew, we'll get pitot heat, we'll get cow flaps set to 4, and then it's just the lights.
Go, you're clear straight in Alpha.
Good ramp, straight off Golf, see you.
Hoju says, look like you're well versed in the DC-6. Yeah. Been flying it. Now, did I fly it for X-Plane? I don't think I had it for X-Plane. Yeah, because that was the one that was released for X-Plane 10. And then they, there was like a kind of a hacky way you could self-port it to X-Plane 11, but required kind of some finagling, but I never did that. But once it was released for flights in 2020, I was pretty much a day 1 customer. And it's been a fun aircraft, man. Vintage stuff is what this channel's all about. Good to see you back here, by the way. Nice job, Captain. Very stable.
United 514, monitor tower 118.1.
All right, we'll monitor 18-1 on United 514. Right, where do we have that set? That's,
Boise Tower, United 2603, RNAV Zulu 28 left.
United 2603, yes, Boise Tower, runway 28 left, clear to land.
Stay left, go to land, United 2603.
Alright, so this will be Mike on our right. Or in this version of the scenery that doesn't even cut through. Alright, we got 4 takeoff settings, so we got to be ready for. We're going to set 30, verify 22. We're 2200 on the RPMs rather. We're going to set 53, verify 2800 RPMs. As soon as we get the gear up, it's 48 and 2600 RPMs. And as soon as we're in our extended climb, it's in 40 on the manifold and 2400 RPMs. So we're going to be ready to go here. Looks like we're first in line. Alert the crew, pitot heat on.
Pan American 683, cross runway 28 right at Gulf, ground point 7 other.
American 683, it might be Moose. Might be our good friend Mustafa there.
So I think we might have stepped on each other. We're short of 28 right.
That is indeed Mustafa.
American 683, cross runway 28 right at Gulf, ground 121.7 other side.
Cross 28 right on Gulf and ground on the other side.
Moose.
United 514, Boise Tower, runway 28 right to line up and wait.
Line up, wait, 28 right, United 514. Alright, strobe lights are coming on. We're going to hold off. We can extend the landing lights, but we're not going to turn them on just yet. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, so we'll consider those extended. We're going to set the cow flaps to 4.
November 680, Charlie Echo, fly runway 28 left, clear for takeoff. November 60, Charlie Echo, Boise Tower, yep.
680, Charlie Echo, ready for takeoff, 28 left.
November 680, Charlie Echo, roger, hold short 28 left.
Hold short 28 left, 680, Charlie Echo.
United, or disrupt. United 514, fly runway heading runway 28 left, clear for takeoff, traffic short final for the parallel.
Okay, just confirm we're 28 right, clear for takeoff, United 514?
Yep, you're totally right, 28 right, clear for takeoff, fly runway heading.
Runway heading, 28 right, United 514.
November 680, Charlie Echo,
Okay,
runway 28
yeah,
left.
30, verify 22.
Line up and wait, 680, Charlie Echo.
53, verify 28. Airspeed's alive, landing lights can come on, by the way. Just maintain center line as best we can here. Okay, 83 was B1, rotate at 90. 4 good engines, we'll pitch to accelerate to 165. Flaps are coming up. Or sorry, gears coming up rather.
Yeah, 2603, hold short 28 right.
Hold short 28 right, United
And we'll
2603.
pitch, and so we'll steer to that 28. Okay, gear cam up, so we'll reduce the manifold to 48. RPMs to 26. And then let's nose down and make sure.
603, cross runway 28 right at Gulf, contact ground 121.7 other side.
Make sure we're accelerating to flap retraction speed. So through 120 knots, we get the first notch in. Okay, we'll keep the nose down, keep the acceleration coming. Make sure we're still at 48.26. We are.
United 514, contact departure.
Well, the departure United 514. Okay, there's 140, another notch of flaps coming in. And then we'll switch over to COM 2. Big Sky departure United 514, 4,200. Okay, there's 160, final notch of flaps coming in. 19.6, right? Pitch up to 165. Big Sky departure United 514 to 4,600. Oh. Big Sky departure United 514 is 5,300.
United 514, Big Sky departure, radar contact, climb maintain 16,000, clear direct sail.
16,000 direct sail, United 514. Okay, so 40.24, cylinder head temps at 200, we're pitching to 165, and then let's figure out direct sail. I'll tell you what happened here in a moment. Let's go to flight plan.
Big Sky
Sail,
departure November 680 Charlie
direct,
Echo, passing 4.8,
enter. Oops, direct.
Number 680 Charlie Echo, Big Sky departure, radar contact, climb maintain
Enter. Okay.
16,000, turn right heading 350.
Then direct, direct desired track is 268, so let's turn left. Okay, 40, 24, 200, and pitch to 165. Going up to 16,000. Okay, I'm going to trim up. Alright, let's get the autopilot on. Got autopilot on and clutched and tracking. And then let's pitch down just a little tiny bit. And catch 165. Alright, so let's keep the manifold at 40. 40. 24.
Number 680 Charlie Echo, clear direct feather.
And 200 on the manifold. And we're pitching to maintain 165. Just verifying. Ear came up and flaps came up. So I realized after I didn't get any answer, came over here and it was like 19.6, right? It was 119.605 that I was tuned into. And unfortunately on the COM 2 here, it only shows 2 decimal places. So I guess there's an O, there's a 60 and there's a 605 that were, this is nav 2. Yeah, no, this is COM 2. So yeah, there was a 605 that it was selected, but it wasn't showing that, so I thought I was tuned to the correct frequency, but in fact was not. So anyway, we got it sorted out. CB Flyer, you had put in a request for our slant artwork adventure. I'll go ahead and recap the image here in just a second, and you can let me know what you'd like to add to. So we got a side project that we do on the stream here, where we collaboratively generate an image that becomes the thumbnail once we upload this to YouTube later. And then you can cash in 500 of the Twitch channel points, aka the Alphabets points, and then you can suggest an addition or modification for that image. That's what CB Flyer is about to do. Let's just make sure we're at 40, 24, 200 on the cylinder head temps, and we're pitched to maintain 165 in the climb, going to 16,000. We are all good. Right now, the image is of me on the ramp at Salt Lake City getting ready to take our United DC-6 up in the air. Then we added the fact that it was raining. We had added the trench coat like Denzel's character in the movie Flight. Terrible movie. But nice trench coat. And then, of course, it was raining on the ramp at Salt Lake, so we've got the umbrella here. And then we've got a nice big stack of Idaho potatoes that we're getting ready to load on the aircraft to take with us. So, CB, let me know what you'd like to do to add to or modify that image. Pitch down just a tiny little bit. Let's make sure that we're keeping the manifold pressure up at 40.
Sky, hello, 31 Lima Juliet 16.1.
So 40, 24, 200 on the cylinder head temps, and we're pushed to maintain 165.
Lima Juliet, Big Sky approach, good evening. Continue to descend in by the Cayenne for arrival and expect radar vectors for the Zulu 28 left approach.
Continuing expecting vectors for the 28.
I gotta wear a Flavor Flav style necklace with a yards, yeah boy pendant. Okay. I love it. That's fantastic. Okay. We're working on that. Meantime, we got the manifold pressure. We got to keep bumping up the manifold pressure. The higher we climb, the less dense the air gets. The more we got to push the throttles forward to maintain that 40. We're checking 40, 24, 200, and pitch to maintain 165. We're a little bit fast. We'll pitch the nose up and climb just a little bit more aggressively. Now we're getting to the point where we're running out of forward travel on those throttles to keep 40 in. Let's bring the inner ones down to 28 just for a second, and we can pump them up to the beefier superchargers here. And we see that they are indeed back up to 40. So the inner ones, we got lower throttle, but we got the higher supercharger. That's giving us...
Center 118.05.
1805, United 514, we'll see you. And then the outer ones, we got higher throttle but lower superchargers. That's getting us to 40. But now let's go ahead and switch over, make sure everything's the same. 1805 is what we're going to check in with in just a moment. We got to aviate before we communicate. Okay, now let's get the throttles back up to 40. 40, 24, 200, and we lost a little speed there, so let's drop the nose a couple degrees and pick that speed back up to 165. Let's be careful. We're climbing to 16. We're almost at 14. And 1805 is what we're tuning to. Salt Lake Center, United 514 is 13,800 going to 16.
United 514, Salt Lake Center, welcome, climb, maintain 16,000.
16,000, United 514. Okay. Speed picked up a little bit, so we'll pitch the nose back up, get it back to the 165. And another little bump forward to keep the manifolds at 40. 24 and 200. Oh, see me fly. You're going to get me in trouble, brother. You're going to get me in trouble. Looks pretty good, though. Yeah, it looks pretty good.
We're flight level 300, volunteer 7140.
Volunteer 7145 for higher.
That is awesome.
Salt Lake Center 121.15.
I know, I love it too.
Alaska 342.
Oh my goodness.
Approach 119.
Yeah, boy.
119 plane 6. Thank you, Alaska.
Oh, the mix is running a little Richard Peak tonight. I'd be rolling on the floor if the cat wasn't in my lap, says CB. I feel you.
Salt Lake Center, 5 Charlie Juliet.
I feel you. My wife calls it the puppy pile, which is she serves as the base of the puppy pile whenever we watch TV. And she's always like, guys, Dad is right there. You could lay on him too. And they're like, no. That's not the way this works, Mom. It's not the way this works. All right, let's level the plane out at 1.6. Let's use the pitch wheel for now. Gonna need to continually adjust that. Speed's gonna come up. Let's get cruise power set. We can go ahead and get the seatbelt signs off. We're going to drop it to 34 and bring the RPMs down to 22. Okay, 34, 22, we're level at 16. Let's pitch up just a tiny little bit. Let's go ahead and get the mix into auto lean. And the BMEP should settle right into 150. It looks like we're just going to fine-tune it a little bit and get it nice and symmetrical there. Okay, 150 across the board. All right, we've picked up some altitude again. So Regen asks an interesting question. See, I'll come back to both of those. Let me get it stable at 16. I'll come back to both of those questions because I think they're very important in terms of the dog culture, the furry co-pilot culture in the household. All right, so we're nice and level at 16, stable in terms of the speed. Yeah, let's nose down just one more notch here. I mean, you really want to get it almost to the point where you don't need the altitude hold before you engage the altitude hold. So CB says, once my wife gets into bed, all 4 cats jump on the bed with her and snuggle up to her. Yeah, she is the bedtime snuggler as well. And she is the one that serves as the base of the puppy pile when we're in our recliners watching TV. However, Regen Road Trip brings up an important question, and I'll come back to that one in a minute. Let's hold altitude 16, and let's make sure it captured. Yeah, looking pretty good. And oh, we can close up the cowl flaps because we want to keep that 200 heat in there. We don't want to lose any of that heat. Yeah, it slipped a little bit, but we got the cowl flaps closed in time, I think. 34, 22, holding just below 200. 150 BMEP across the board, and we're sitting right there at 16,000. And navigation is tracking toward Buell. Okay. So, Regen says, are you the spare human to the doggos? My pity mix is 100% my wife's shadow until she goes to work. Not always, Regen. I think there's an important distinction. So the older grump is with me. Anytime I'm streaming, he's with me. Typically, the middle child and the gremlin, they tend to be in here. They float back and forth. They'll be in here hanging out with me for part of the time, and then they'll go, and they tend to run in a little 2-person pack, little 2-puppy pack. They'll go hang with Mom for a little bit, depending on. So if Mom's doing something interesting, and she watches TV, she watches baseball, and she paints, she does watercolors. And if they're interested in whatever she's doing, they'll go hang with her while the old grump stays in here with me. When we're sitting there side by side, she definitely is the base of the puppy pile. If we're in separate spaces in the house, they do float back and forth. When we're together, they're hers. When we're in bed, they're hers. When we're in adjacent recliners, they're hers. When we're in separate spaces, it's not clear cut. So I don't 100% know the psychology there, but they do play a little bit of a zone defense to make sure we're both covered, I think is what happens.
Roach on 126.9, yeah.
Okay, so now, and there's our reroute there. We are still on the hood arrival. They're just joining us from Joppa. Now notice, even though we're going Joppa and then the hood 6, we're going to be at 16,000, so we're not really technically on the arrival until we get to Rabbi. Right, because we're below. You can't say we're descending via the arrival if we're below the minimum altitude here, we're below the minimum altitude here. But, laterally speaking, we're going to be on the arrival. And so there that is, and then after Hood, Beeves, and then Schaefer. We're assuming ILS-28 left. We don't know that. Now, we do know that they are landing westbound. They are landing on the 28s, but we don't know for certain whether we're getting a 28 left or 28 right. I always kind of figured, hey, we're coming from the south, we're going to end up on the left side, but it's not. That's not a given, and especially because we're coming more straight in. It really could put us on either one. As a matter of fact, let's just to have it handy. Let's just have both. Yeah, we don't need the Boise diagram anymore. We don't. Yeah, we didn't really have a departure procedure that we're doing. There's 28 left, and there's 28 right, and then there's the Boise departure, which we weren't told to do. We were told runway heading, maintain 16,000, or runway heading, maintain 10, I think it was. But anyway, let's get the airport diagram at Portland up. We kind of know what that looks like. Been there a bunch of times, but have it just
November 6th, Mike Yankee,
so that we're ready.
3004.
Parking up on this side, the Echo area, Echo Pier, kind of right where Alpha 5 comes in. So it really shortens the taxi if we get 28 right for arrival. But we don't, again, we don't know. And we're going to have to balance, they are going to have to balance the arrival load. Doesn't look like they've really got that many. Salt Lake's got a good number on the ground that's ready to depart. Boise was busy but not slammed. Seattle's getting a lot of traffic. Portland is normally a very busy airport if it's featured, but doesn't seem like it's getting as much attention tonight. Well, that's fine. That means we won't get, well, I'll say it, we aren't likely to get delays getting into there, which is nice. Okay. But anyway, as I was saying, when you're coming more from the south, it makes sense that you're going to get the southern runway. Coming more from the north, it makes sense that you're going to get the northern runway. However, if the bulk of the traffic is all coming from the same direction, then they are going to want to split that up and split that arrival load between the two runways, just in order to not end up delaying everybody unnecessarily. So, definitely not a given that we're going to get 28 left, and especially because, man, it's clear from here that the star doesn't really come straight in. It comes in on this almost right base by the time you get here. At that point, it makes sense we could kind of end up on either side. Is there also a transition off of Schaefer onto the right? Yeah, there is. So the Schaefer serves as the transition to either side. We'll just have to keep that in mind.
Alaska 422, descent via the Cantico, arrival landing west, altimeter 2989.
We'll hustle through the approach briefing after we get our assignment.
Salt
Salt Lake Center, good day. Learjet 749er Alpha Whiskey, checking in 280.
Learjet 749er Alpha Whiskey, Salt Lake Center, welcome. Descend via the Spud 4, arrival landing west, altimeter 2989.
Descend via the Spud 4, landing west, and you said 29er. Say again for the altimeter, sorry?
Voice altimeter 2989er.
29er for 749er Alpha Whiskey.
November.
All right.
November 5 Charlie Juliet, call altimeter 3004.
3004, 5 Charlie Juliet.
Straight, no, sorry about that. November 5 Charlie Juliet, call altimeter 3009.
I want to show you guys this since we have some time. Well, that's the PDF, right? Since we have some time, been talking about the Boeing 707. I am very, very excited to say that I'm very, very close to being able to bring that to you on stream. I think I have a decent understanding of the normal procedures in that aircraft, and really, honestly, that's all I'm going to ever understand in that aircraft. I don't do a lot of inside and out in terms of abnormal procedures, emergency procedures in any of the aircraft I fly on stream.
November 905 Charlie Juliet, Salt
but I do feel like I've got the basics. Now, there's a lot of manual pressurization management, manual fuel configuration, fuel heat management that you do in that aircraft that many of the more modern aircraft do for you. And the bleed system, the pressurization system is very, very different than more modern aircraft. So there are probably going to be some things that I do incorrectly. I've gone through a couple different flow lists and procedure lists from a couple different sources, the built-in EFB, and then I've watched two different streams now where somebody has walked through the procedures step by step that they've gotten from this manual or that manual. So I feel like I've got the basics of it, but there are probably going to be some things that I don't do exactly correctly the first handful of times, and it's going to be the same thing that we do with every other aircraft. Every time I take it up, somebody will be in the chat and go, oh, hey, ordinarily you don't do this at this time, you do this at this time. And I'll take a note, research it after the stream, adjust my flow list accordingly, and then next time, every time we fly, it will be one step better to flying it realistically. So, that'll be the normal process. But here's the deal, guys, and I don't do a lot of international flying, I don't do a lot of long-haul flying, but I do have a very nostalgic view of Pan American Airways. And you might be able to see right over my right shoulder, I've got the shelf of kind of various flight sim memorabilia. Right in the corner there, I can't tell if it's in the shot or not, but there's a board game that was given to me as a gift. It's basically Pan Am, the board game, and I haven't opened it. I've decided to leave it there as a showpiece. So 120.3 for United 514?
Yeah, 514, that's correct.
Roger, we'll see it. 120.3.
Alaska 5195, contact Big Sky approach 126.9 RCF.
126.9, thank you for your service, and we'll see you next time. 295.
Phenom 66, Mike, depart Zoomer, heading 060, vectors final.
Zoomer 060.
You have that game, Good Fixes? So my understanding of it, I kind of took a peek at it. It's like Tickets Friday, I don't know that one. I was going to say it's kind of like an empire building game. It's not so much a, I mean, it almost looked kind of like Risk in a certain way, like you're kind of building the empire. I decided, like I said, I decided it didn't interest me as much as a board game as it did as just like a nice showpiece to have in the background there. But my brother-in-law gave that to me, of course, knowing my nostalgia for aviation, my nostalgia for the golden age of aviation in particular, and for Pan American Airways. So I'm very super excited to be able to bring the 707 to you, and let me check in with the center controller here.
557 Seattle. Southwest 2301, Seattle approach 125.6.
1256, Southwest 2301, yeah.
Seattle Center again at 514, 16,000. No. Somebody might almost sounded like somebody stepped on us.
United 514, you know what the last frequency you were on is?
Yeah, we were on 1805.
Roger.
Are we not on the correct frequency with you? Because, you know, you could tell us that. Yeah, it looks like 3545 might be the correct one. Yeah, I think he's probably going to kick us over to 3545.
So, if the number 6 is stuck, we
Alright,
have to
well,
field
we'll-
stay.
66 Mike, clear visual approach runway 3, appreciate it.
Clear visual runway 3, if the number 6 is fine.
Instead of getting at 514, did you want us back on that last frequency?
No, stay with me. It's I'm trying to get you out of control. You were not supposed to be handed off to me.
Alright, no worries, we'll stay here until you tell us. Yeah, it
FB
looks,
66 Mike, wind 0305, runway 3, clear to land.
it looks like 3545 down here and 20.3 up here. However, I can tell you, as a controller, you know, we don't get the benefit of this nice colorful map on the actual scope tools that we use. You know, we have these kind of cryptic little markings that we have to look at and see
Delta 248, Vancouver Center 133.
You know, which side of some imaginary line someone's being passed to. So it's not always straightforward. And of course, the complicating matters even further is, normally this is all controlled by one center controller anyway. It's only during events that it gets split up. So I can see how, you know, a neighboring controller.
Seattle Center 135.45.
All right, 3545, United 514, we'll see you. So I can see how a controller during a busy event could mess up who you're supposed to be with.
Delta 2828, descend the Edge and 5, landing north, Seattle altimeter 29.
All right, there's 3545. Seattle Center again at 514, 16,000.
Yeah, 514 Seattle Center, welcome. Southwest 4565 again.
So anyway, with the advent of this Boeing 707 that I'm going to be flying on stream for you, I was like, oh wow, so, you know, the 747, you know, you're flying extreme long hauls, right? It's not necessarily conducive to the streaming that I do, where I stream, you know, for 4 to 5 hours a night typically. So that kind of precludes us from being able to do some of the ultra long hauls that that Pan Am did in its heyday in its history. But with the 727 and now the 707, you got a lot more opportunities opening up to reenact some of their trips that were a lot more manageable of a distance. We go to the, so this is called timetableimages.com. I'll paste the link into the chat here. Pretty straightforward though, timetableimages.com. And if you go onto the list of complete timetables, and obviously Pan American was a worldwide airway, but it was based in the U.S. So if you want to click on the list for the U.S. and scroll down and look at all these different ones that they have, right? You can just kind of scroll through all the stuff, and just it is alphabetized, so it makes it a little easier. So Pan American, they've got I guess this is the newer version of Pan Am. Pan American Airways is the original, 1928 on. And you scroll here, and then they, of course, became Pan American World Airways officially. And, you know, they operated all the way up through the mid-70s, and then they were kind of reborn as the newer one up here. The heyday of the 707 was kind of like the late 60s, early 70s. It just so happens that this schedule, April 1970, and some of them you'll see like a list. They've got the individual pages scanned as separate images, and then you have to pull each one open. That's a little bit annoying. This one they've at least got combined into a single PDF, but it's like a 30-page PDF. But it's the original like booklet schedule scanned in, and you can see they've got the landscape pages oriented on I'm sorry, portrait pages oriented on landscape scan. So it's not the best, it's not the most technically savvy people that we're dealing with here, but this is a beautiful, I mean, at least the pages are beautifully scanned, and man, you've got everything in here. And when you page through this, if you want to zoom in on it a little bit, you can see this old school style of timetable. Man, they've got, if you want to do, so this whole page is all German internal services. This is all 727s. The beautiful thing about this schedule, not all of the schedules do this, but the beautiful thing about this schedule is they tell you exactly what equipment type they normally fly on each of these. So you see all these are 707s. You see the German internal services were all done in 727s. These are all shorter flights. This page, you know, this trip is done 707 daily through 6:30, but starting on 7-1, they were going to be in a 747. This 801 is in a 707 daily. You'll see that some of these have variations. This is a tough thing to go through because a lot of these flights have variations. This Pan Am 119, on certain days it makes these stops, on certain other days it makes these stops. Well then, starting on June 2nd, they're changing it up even a little bit more. And this, in the current configuration, it switches to a 747 after Rome. In this new configuration, that they're staying at a 707 after Rome. You know, this 155 has 4 different variations depending on what day it is. And this is, you know, changing June 16 and changing on June 17th. Pan Am 41, 3 different variations depending on the day. So yeah, this was a lot to go through and really get a lot of the different variations jotted down. But I mean, if you see, look at these all through Europe, and these are all very reasonable lengths of legs. And then down here we have, you know, headed south, San Juan, Santa Maria. Well, Santa Maria is that's still over toward Europe. San Juan would be Puerto Rico, obviously, but but we've got a Miami to San Juan, and then that goes to Santa Maria and Lisbon. It's just really some neat trips that Pan Am took, and then you can kind of track them all the way through Europe. Yeah, that's this page, kind of does the same thing. The Atlantic services. They've got these trips that run down through Africa. I've really not done any flying in Africa on stream or even in the sim at all. And you know, these might present some really interesting possibilities with some manageable leg lengths. Pacific services, we got up and over to Fairbanks, and then Tokyo, Hong Kong, Bangkok. You know, we've got stuff that heads into South Asia through Honolulu, Wake Island, Tokyo, Osaka. Philippines.
And Delta 1270, you got the,
you know, South Pacific, we've got Tahiti, American Samoa, Auckland and Sydney, and then Hong Kong and Bangkok.
I'll put in 150.
You know, we've got the ones that go from Europe through the Middle East and then down into Asia. Man, there's just so many different possibilities on these pages.
Via the Hood 6 arrival, landing west, Portland altimeter 2996.
Descend via the Hood 6 arrival for Portland landing west.
I didn't hear who the call sign was for there, but I figured that's going to be the same instruction we get. So, ooh, we got some icing happening here. Let's go up to our
West 1102, request flight level 370.
Go up to our icing panel. We got airfoil on prop de-icer, and I can't remember if I put the windshield de-icer on a switch.
West 1102, sure. Climb maintain flight level 370. Climb maintain 370, West 1102. United 624, descend via the hot gate arrival, landing north, Seattle altimeter 2996.
10 to 0 or 0 to 40. Well, let's see what our temperature is reading, actually. There's it. Might not be on this cluster. Up here? No, that's pressurization stuff there. Thought the outside air temp gauge was down here somewhere. I was probably just looking right at it again. Oh, yeah, right there. So yeah, it's, looks like it's about -5 there. So let's go back up top. So 10 to 0, we put it in this position. 0 to -40, we put it in that position. So, okay. Looks like the windshield has cleared up. Indicated airspeed still looking good. Pitch is still looking good. So I'm going to go ahead and shut the anti-icing stuff off. And it looks like the windshield's cleared up, so I'm going to shut the windshield heat off as well. But we know that if it... I'll tell you what, we'll just leave it there for now. We'll just on the descent, we'll know to shut that off. But anyways, yeah, so cool. I'm looking forward to flying that 707. Like I said, it'll be a couple of things that'll be different about it on the stream. One being that it'll be a little bit more long haul flying than what you're used to seeing here, and a lot more international flying than what you're used to seeing here. But I think those things will be positive changes. Like I said, the long haul flying maybe not necessarily, but I think we'll be able to spend that time kind of really looking into Pan Am's history and really going through some of those timetables and finding interesting places to go. And I think we'll have plenty to manage in the 707, where we'll be adjusting fuel balance and pressurization settings and things like that. We'll be managing packs and turbo compressors and lots of things that we don't have to manage as much in the other more modern aircraft. So it'll keep us plenty busy, but it'll be fun. I'm looking forward to it. It flies like a big airplane, but it does hand fly rather nicely. Speaking of fuel balance, yeah, I figured. So I sometimes when I do long haul flights in this aircraft, I will load the fuel in an extremely haphazard manner, with the challenge being to get it back under control. prior to our arrival at our destination. But
1165, contact
in this instance, figured we would just do a straight up normal fuel configuration, so everything's looking good there.
Thanks for flying.
Center United, close to 25. Do you still want to see zero?
But yeah, hopefully I'll get a chance to run through that. I'm going to do one off-stream run-through of it, see how comfortable I feel in it, and then you can pretty much expect... Now, September 11th is a Friday that there's no Friday night ops scheduled for. I wonder if that's intentional. I wonder if that has to do with the fact that it's the, you know, the anniversary of a tragic attack. That might be a good day not to do a Friday night ops event. But it is a Friday night that we're going to fly, and if there's no ops, Friday night ops on the calendar, that might be a very good opportunity for us to get that bird up and running for you. But that's still a few weeks off yet, and I feel like if I'm getting to the point where I'm comfortable with it, I really don't want to wait too much longer to show it off.
Alaska 25, you can also contact Seattle Approach 125.6.
125.6, yeah.
Southwest 4565, go ahead. Southwest 4565, real quick, can you descend via the Timbers 4 arrival landing west, full altimeter 2996?
Yeah, sure.
Have you had a report?
Kind of typical weather for the Pacific Northwest here, huh?
Gotcha, thank you. No, the last report I got was icing at 270, but that was 250 miles north of you.
Does look like once we get to Portland, things are clearing up a little bit.
Channel Center, good evening, Alaska 447, 1000 for 27,000.
These bands are moving north mostly, but sliding off to the east ever so slightly. So it does look like by the time we get in there, we should be beyond it. So Portland itself right now is reporting broken at 21,000, broken at 25,000. Yeah, surface level weather seems pretty nice. Temperature's 24. That's mid 70s.
Alaska 447, good evening, climbing 27,000.
It really doesn't look like Portland's getting a ton of traffic. I'm kind of surprised. It's such a great airport, and you know, I mean, Seattle is as well, and Seattle very popular. But look at this line. Look at this line they've got coming into Seattle. They're vectoring them all the way down here. 617 on the ground, waiting to depart. 15 arrivals, and who knows how many inbounds. Portland's just kind of getting
121.15 over 12.
Significantly less. I'm surprised.
Okay, yeah, you're
I'm surprised.
Well, he'll straighten you out.
Are we close enough to receive the ATIS information? Yeah, we are. Information Victor. 2996, still landing on 28 right, 28 left. Runway 3 shortened, first down, 3,000 feet available, arrivals only, not that we're going to use that.
Delta 802, descend via the Hawkshead arrival, landing north, Seattle altimeter 2996.
Parachute ops on the Timbers arrival. That can't be accurate on VATSIM. Push back on the Tango and Kilo requires ATC clearance.
what's your flight, or sorry, what's the 4 flight 1332 contact Portland approach 118.1?
Approach 1814, flight 1332.
That's very likely going to be our handoff as well, 18-1. I'm going to get that tuned in just to be ready for it. And then also, we know Portland ground 21-9er, Portland tower 23-775. So we can get those preset and ready to go on COM 1.
What's your flight 206, Seattle Center?
23-775.
390, flight 206.
Left at 447, Seattle Center.
21.9,
Yeah,
I think
left
is
at
what it was.
447. Can you hear me?
I can, yeah, thanks. Sorry, I just missed it earlier.
Okay, so we'll switch over to COM 1 when it's time to switch to tower. But for right now, we're still operating on COM 2. And again, we don't yet know. So the arrival ends here at Schaefer. And then, you know, that Schaefer is the feeder for either 28 left or 28 right. So we'll be ready. Once we get a static approach assignment, we'll be ready to throw it in. I think I've got 28 left already programmed in. I'm going to double check that now. It's been a little while since I did that. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was 28 left because I remember Hipster and Hannah and Adam. And then the UNIP's beyond the final approach fix, so it's not actually in the GPS. But Hipster, Hannah, and Adam, I'm pretty sure, I believe. I remember seeing. Let's pop up here to the GPS and let's go to the flight plan. Soda, Rabbi, Hood, Beeves, Schaefer, Reedy, and then Hipster, Hannah, and Adam. Yeah, so it is indeed 28 left that we've got programmed in. Well, I mean, honestly, we could have seen that by looking here. Seeing the name of the procedure right there.
Thanks for flying.
We're almost at the point Jatba.
Southwest 3138, descend via the Hawks, descend via the Timbers 4, arrival landing west,
and Hood 6. So we're just coming into the beginning of the Hood 6. But remember, we're at 16,000, so we're, even though we're laterally joining this procedure, we're not vertically joining this procedure until between Soda and Rabbi. Guys, don't forget our Slant Artwork Adventure. Our Slant Artwork Adventure is a side project, side project that we run on the stream to collaboratively generate an image which roughly represents what we're doing on that night stream, because we'll use it as the thumbnail for our YouTube upload later on when we get this stream uploaded. So we start with an image that's, you know, loosely, roughly representative of what's happening that night, and then you guys can cash in 500 of the Twitch channel points, aka the Alphabets points, there at the bottom of the chat panel, and suggest an addition or a modification to that image. So they got me sitting on the, standing on the ramp, getting ready to prepare our Douglas DC-6 for United Airlines to depart out of Salt Lake City. Of course, when we did that, it was raining on the ramp, so we've added me with the trench coat and the umbrella. We've got some Idaho potatoes, and in honor of Boise being our first stop, we got the necklace hanging around me going, yeah, boy. So there's our image so far. If you want to cash in 500 of the Twitch channel points, aka the Alphabets points, there at the bottom of the chat panel, and then you can let me know what you'd like to do to add to or modify that. Mike Clate wants to get in on that action. Tell me what you'd like to add to or modify about our Slant Artwork Adventure. Regen Road Trip says, read the parachute ops. Does the Cirrus Cap system show up as anything in VATSIM? I doubt it, because the model, the CSL model, or the whatever you want to call it, the AI model that other players would have to have that parachute model as part of it, and then I almost guarantee you that there is not a parameter passed over the network to indicate whether that parachute is deployed or not, right? Because if I deploy my parachute then that has to somehow be transmitted over the network so that other players can see that I've deployed my parachute. So I almost guarantee you there's nothing in the protocol that allows for that to be passed from VATSIM player to VATSIM player. I think what you would end up seeing is a single engine piston plane just like slowly hovering to the ground. Mike says we need the dogs in the cockpit as the pilots. I agree.
United 408, contact Seattle approach 125.6.
Over to approach 25.6, United 43, good night.
United 624, contact Seattle approach 125.6.
25.6.
Mike says, I have to add the dogs to the picture every time I catch one of your streams. No, well, and a lot of times they are there already. But yeah, no, always a welcome addition. And we got it working on that one, and then Regen wants to put in a request as well, or has put in a request, making modifications. Let's take a peek and Regen Road Trip says we need to have a nice big button on the coat saying keep Portland here.
Center Western 1102, I just gotta go grab some water. Can I come back in 5?
Oh, fun. Okay. Well, it's not really a DC-6 cockpit, but it moved me inside. So it doesn't really look like a DC-6 anymore, per se. But yeah, it moved me inside. Still showing rain on the trench coat, and they are helping me get ready for departure. And then we need a. I know his paws on the yoke, right? Alright, Regen, so we're working on that too. I'm assuming that is now hood to our left. I guess we have to check here on vector. There's a couple of mountains down here.
Delta 5128, contact full on approach 118.1.
18.1.
Yeah, Mount Hood to the left, and then there was a pair of them up to the right here.
Thanks for flying. United 514, contact full on approach 118.1.
18-1, United 514. Mount Adams and Gilbert Peak maybe up to the right, and then Mount Hood there to the left.
Delta 5128 for Seabrook.
And Delta 5128 at Schaefer, clear ILS, check airport.
That's Schaefer, clear for the ILS, please.
Information Victor is correct. Portland approaching out of 514 information, Victor 16000.
United 514, Port Prince. Hello, you can expect the ILS 28 left.
You cut up. Which one on the 28, left or right?
I'm sorry, United 514, say again, the controllers are all filing into the briefing room now.
I couldn't tell whether you said left or right.
Whichever one you like, which one you got programmed?
Right's the shorter taxi, but left's the one we got programmed in, so flip a coin for us.
United 514, Rush, you can expect the ILS 28 left first.
Okay, ILS 28 left, United 514. There we go, the Keep Portland Weird button. Thank you, Regen. So now we got some good. We got a good homage to the entire trip. Now we got we're on this ramp at Salt Lake. We got Boise, Idaho representing. Oh, we lost the potatoes. Now I'll add the potatoes back in on the co-pilot, the first officer seat. So we got well, of course we got the BOI Boise. Yeah, boy, Boise is our first destination. Portland is our second destination. And then, what was the activity there? Bed Dave. That's a resubscription from Bed Dave. Thank you so kindly, Bed Dave. And we talked earlier about, we got the monthly drawings that we do on the channel. We've got giveaways that we do for stream milestones, for March Madness, Super Bowl, other special events that we do on the channel. We do special giveaways for. And it's the money that comes in through the support of the channel, the donations and the tier bits and the subscriptions and the gift subs. That doesn't go into my pocket. I don't do this for a living. I don't even do this as a side hustle. The money that comes into the stream comes back to you guys in terms of the giveaways that we do on the channel every single month. So thank you guys for continuing to support it and continuing to allow us to do those interactive elements on the stream. So Bed Dave and everyone else who subscribes to the channel, we truly appreciate it. Guys, if you aren't a subscriber or a donor and you're not able to support the channel financially, I don't want you to ever get upset about that or feel that you're not doing as much to help the channel out. Because the other thing that you can do that's always a huge help to the channel is just pass the word. If there's anybody else that enjoys aviation, enjoys hanging out with flight sim streamers, point them my way. If they want an environment that's nice and relaxed and educational but fun, fun and education are both extremely important goals on this channel. And if you know folks that might want to come this way and be a part of it, please just let them know. Pass the link to them. We truly appreciate all the support of the channel, financial and otherwise. And thank you for being a part of it. Sometimes just being here and hanging out with us is enough.
5128. No, are you on the six?
So there we go. We got the sack of potatoes there as our first officer. Sometimes, some captains say that their first officer is basically as worthwhile as a sack of potatoes. So here we're taking that to the logical extreme, right?
190 and standby for vector still 5128. Sorry about that.
Okay, we do have some precip here.
No worries.
It doesn't look terrible. It looks like we'll be able to get through it okay. We've got icing. All the icing stuff is off. So it doesn't look like we're picking up any icing at the moment. We'll definitely want to keep an eye on that. We got the outside air temp is still about 5 below. So we'll keep an eye on that. Anyway, 28 left, so that's what we got programmed in. We're going to keep the chart for 28 right just to have it there. But let's go ahead and get it tuned in. 110.5 and 283 is the frequency and course. 110.5 to 83. If we have to perform the missed approach, it is
departure 1 second.
Straight to 21, left to 4, and then UBG, Newburgh, okay, 117.4. and then we want to track the 360 inbound to it. So we're going to track it on a 180. So 117.4 and 180 really to navigate us down to that Newburgh VOR. 117.3, 117.4, 117.4 and 180. So that's what we're tracking over here. That looks like we're already receiving that even. If we want, we can kind of get a sense of how far we now. I know that VOR is not at the airport, but we can get a sense of our distance to the overall vicinity. It's 58 miles away. Counting down, so we can get a sense that that's the area that we're heading to.
Left 100 down to 3 for 5128.
So 20 straight to 21, left to 4 if we go missed. We're landing on 28 left, which would be a right-hand turnoff if we make it down successfully. And we're coming all the way around the terminal, so we can roll it fairly long. We don't need to turn off until maybe Bravo 3, and then head around via Tango or Echo, whichever way they want us to, and then we're going to take Kilo or Alpha down this way. We're going to this section here, right, kind of a beam where Alpha 5 comes in. So again, we can we don't really need to jam on reversers like we do. I mean, we can vacate.
Give you a descend via or
no? No, and I think it's because we're at 16. We're really kind of below the profile, but ready when you are.
Alright, United 514, descend via the hood 6, arrival for landing west. The pulling altimeter is 299.
Okay, 299er, you cut off at the end, but we'll descend via the hood 6 arrival, landing west. United 514.
The altimeter is 29996.
96, United 514. Okay, so if we've got traffic behind us, we'll try to expedite the vacate Bravo 6 or Bravo 5 if we can. If we don't have anybody right on our tail, it seems like we can probably come off at Bravo 3 or Echo here and make a nice leisurely right turn. So we'll see what the needs dictate. But we got plenty of space to turn off prior to crossing the runway there. Yeah, a little early on that, Mike. I guess we can take it. We haven't even started our descent yet. But I guess we can go ahead and take it. And then what's the wind? 0503. So 3 knots. It's negligible.
Portland departure, bearing at
very
1
slight right to left.
IFR over to Seattle.
So anyway, and then
Mike cleared to the Seattle Airport, both 2 departure radar vectors, battleground, then it's filed to maintain.
So 13,000 at Rabbi, we're at 16,000, so we don't want to descend until 15 prior to Rabbi. Where are we? We
what was that departure again?
Oh, we're already past Hood. Wow. Okay, yeah, we need to go ahead and start descending in.
Alright, Portland 2, radar vectors, battleground, and I was filed 4,000 with you, 5021, take a mic.
1 Tango Mike, read back correct. Call for taxi, expect 28 left.
Yeah, we need to start descending then. That's fine. We'll get the altitude control off. We'll get the pitch wheel forward. Let's get
November
the
2191 Alpha, also ready to copy the same.
26 and 21 set.
Seattle.
Or 2191 Alpha, cleared to Seattle Airport via the Olympia correction. Gee, Portland 2 departure, radar vectors, battleground, then it's filed. Maintain 4,000 departures at frequencies.
Okay, so we need to kind of expedite the descent.
5271.
Let's.
Seattle via the Portland.
Oh, the A just went offline. Sounds like they're after 11, so they're probably starting to close up here.
Departure with you, and what was the squawk again? Because the A cars told me 520.
Greetings from the flight deck with an update. We've turned on the fasten seatbelt signs. We ask that you return to your seats and fasten your seatbelts as we have started our descent into Portland. The weather there is showing in the mid-70s with very light winds and mostly clear skies, partly cloudy skies. We expect to be on the ground in about 25 minutes, and we thank you again for flying along with us on United Airlines. The cabin crew is going to come around one final time, collect trash, and take care of any last-minute needs, and then we'll see you again on the ground in Portland.
Solid 1776 approach, hello.
All right, let's get the power back down to about 90. We really kind of need to expedite the descent here. Where are we? Okay, yeah, we're already turning towards Schaefer. We need to be down at like 6,700. Well, yeah, we're gonna need a vector for the descent here.
Alaska 255, you can expect a PDC.
Let's go ahead and get down to the low blowers, get the throttles back up. Approaching out of 514. Yeah, with that late descent, we're going to need a vector for the descent. We're not going to get down quick enough.
Out of 514, no worries at all, sir. Turn or right heading 285 with vectors for the approach.
Heading 285, United 514.
South 1776, it's going to maintain 4,000.
Okay, and then let's come up here. We can go ahead and switch over to
1776, that's right down for me, please.
That's it, on top of 1776.
Alright, so let's keep the
3372 ready to go.
keep the power down. We're going to go ahead and just get
3372, runway 28, left tack via Tango Bravo.
I never even turned off the landing lights, so let's make sure they're extended.
United 514, turn right heading 340.
Right to 340, United 514.
United 514, the center maintain 6,000.
That is 6,000, United 514. Yeah, I think there's the airport right there. That's a 340 down to 6,000. We'll keep the power back down as much as we can. Yeah, that's fine. So you guys go ahead and Mike, I'll take your prediction right where it stands. You guys can start putting the predictions into the chat as far as the descent rate at the moment. The wheel starts runway surface, no bot command necessary, just a number, positive or negative. We'll know that you need a descent rate either way. And the closest predictor gets an automatic entry into our landing rate raffle, which we pull toward the end of every single month. And in this fact, in August, it's going to be on the last day of the month, August the 31st.
Alaska 255, runway 28, left tack, give you a Tango Bravo.
Alright, I'm going to extra close the cowl flaps because we're going to
Portland departure, 1 Tango Mike 30.
bring in the power down even more.
Runway 28, left taxi.
Trying to get slowed down. We're going to get the prop spun up to about 2,500.
Ready to taxi off.
I want to follow the traffic runway 28, left taxi via Charlie.
Following traffic on the 28 left via Charlie.
1776, turn left heading 300, runway
Yeah, we're going to get the mix back into auto rich. Pressurization for landings.
United 514, turn right heading 090.
090, you're going to have 514. So the
and
cabin.
514, now that I'm vectoring you want to do it right now?
Either one's fine.
United 514, expect visual to right.
Visual to 28 right, United 514.
South 1776 field 12 o'clock.
Okay, we'll get the power back down as much as we can. Alright, so let's just visual to 28 right, so 111.3 is going to be the frequency. But it is going to be a visual, so we don't need to do.
South 5128, welcome to Portland, second park this frequency.
Sorry, 111.3.
Stay with you, and we're going Delta 13 for the gate.
Whoops.
Roger, just straight ahead and join Echo to parking.
Straight ahead, Echo to parking, 5128.
South 4565, you approach, anyone?
Approach 4565 with you.
So 090 down to 6,000.
South 4565 approach, hello.
Just keep the power back down as much as we can.
Left, turn right heading 030.
Diesel 28 left, right heading 030, South 4565.
United 514, turn right heading 180.
Right to 180, we're still down to 6,000, United 514.
Right, yeah, I'll have a turn for you just a minute. Right now, you're in MBA. I'll get you lower in just a second.
Yeah, I can see that. We're all good.
What altitude would you like Southwest 4565 at?
South 4565, then maintain 6,000.
6,000, Southwest 4565.
South 1776, runway 28 left, clear to land.
Two left, Southwest 1776.
Number 291 Alpha, number 2919 Alpha, runway 28 left, clear, take off, I don't know, heading.
Okay, we'll keep it coming around to 180.
Take off, runway heading, 91 Alpha.
And we got the guidance for 28 right.
Descend, maintain 4,000.
Got a 4,000 now if we got out at 514. So we're going to roll out on a 180 heading.
South 4565, turn right, hit me, correction, turn left heading 010 to center, maintain 4,000, best straight down.
004
I'll tell you what, we're going to get bold. We're going to go ahead and unclutch and turn off the autopilot. So my aircraft now can't steer to a 180. Carb heat's looking at tiny bit of carb heat in. Keep the power back down to 70 across the board.
No, I don't. Are you in observer mode now?
And 4,000.
We're one thing I got you now. Recycle transponder, stock 5115.
5115, that helps one, take a mic, thanks.
Delta 3372, runway 28 left, line of forward.
The Southwest 1776 landing on the runway.
Sorry, apron. I've been on for 5 hours. I'm sorry. Cancel landing. Cancel line up there.
We're holding short. 28 left. 3372.
United 514, descend and maintain 3,000. I'll have a turn for you in a minute.
No problem. 3,000, United 514.
Number 2191 Alpha, you are radar contact, Delta 2000.
Yeah, he's basically playing cleanup. He's now handling all the duties of all the approach controllers that were on for the event. He's kind of staying on and cleaning up on his own. So.
514, turn right heading 260, join 28 right, localizer.
Alright, 260, join 28 right, localizer, United 514.
Southwest 4565, maintain 210.
Okay, so 3,000, 260, join the localizer.
Delta 3372, runway 28 left, line of 1.
Line of 28 left, 3372.
Alaska, your correction, American 2342.
And we'll get the power back down as much as we can.
Your altitude.
70 on the
South 4565, 10 degrees to the right.
10 right, South 4565.
70 on the power, 260 on the heading. Have not yet joined the localizer yet.
Over to Portland, Bravo, Mike, Tango, parking. Have a good night. Cross number 3.
Bravo, Mike, Tango to the right, now crossing. Sorry, was that reason for 1776?
Southwest 1776, Bravo, Mike, Tango to parking, cross number 3.
Yeah, there's 260. Cleared down to 3.
Portland approach to Southwest 3138, descending via the Timbers 4 at Aegis Alpha, request ILS 28 left.
American 2342, the A cars is fine. Great. Delta 3370, runway 28 left, quick takeoff.
Okay, 3,000. Localizer's coming in.
372.
Number 1, Tango Mike, number 28 left, line of away.
3 left, line of away, 1 take Mike.
Looks like we're right on clutch.
Field, on the Royal Field Beach at 12 o'clock, about 10 miles port in sight.
Insight.
United 514, cleared visual approach, runway 28 right.
The visual approach runway 28 right, United 514.
Delta 3138, turn heading 030, vector.
Yeah, you guys, yeah, keep the predictions coming.
What's the heading? 3138?
030.
Right turn 030, 3138.
We gotta get the power back down as much as we can. We gotta get the speed down too, so let's pitch up. Let's get the speed down.
Southwest 4565.
South 4565, turn left heading 310, 28 left, localizer.
Okay, gear can come out, first notch flaps can come out.
Unit at 514, went to it right, clear to land.
Then land to it right, get out of 514. Okay, 174, first notch flaps.
And November 12191 Alpha, clear direct. Olympia,
65, across the board.
Clear direct Olympia, 91 Alpha.
Solid 4565, reduce final approach speed.
Off. Slower approach, Southwest 4565.
Okay, 165.
Fields at your 11 o'clock, about 10 miles.
165, next notch flaps.
Go inside 4565 and the traffic to DC-6. High.
4565, thanks. Clear visual approach with 2A left.
Clear visual 2A left, Southwest 456.
Matter 1 single micro with 2A left, clear for takeoff.
2A left, clear for takeoff.
Okay, the guy right behind us is on the left side. So there's 155, we got the next notch of flaps in, we got flaps 20.
2300.
Confirmed. Okay, once we get into the white arc, we can drop all the flaps now and get slowed down.
Solid 3138, descend and maintain 3000.
Left to center line again.
3138.
Under 1 single micro radar contact, the altitude passing.
I know the plane tends to pull a little bit.
Under 1 single micro, roger. Climb and maintain 6000. 6000, 1 single micro.
Plane tends to pull a little bit, and I don't always control for it very well. That speed's coming down to 100.
4565, shock apart, spreader ever, only 2 left, clear to land.
Nicely.
2 left, clear on 4565. Please don't make me do the same.
Under 1 single mic, clear direct battleground VOR. Direct battleground.
Alright, speed's coming back up. Let's put that drag back out there.
5 traffic on a 6 mile spot, only 2 left, clear for takeoff.
United 1630 with you, flight level 170 there, and November 8 Bravo Alpha is looking for VFR north.
Baron 8 November Alpha, stand by. And United 1634 approach, hello, you can expect.
Okay, we're okay. We just gotta get back, get the
ILS straight right approach, 1639.
get that crab angle sorted out once before we touch down here.
Southwest 3138, I have planned 28 left.
South 3138, roger, you can expect vectors, visual 2A left.
Visual 28 left, thanks. Southwest 3138.
Data 3372, contact Seattle Center on 120.3.
Real sloppy on the center line and crab angle there.
Have a great night.
But that's just this DC-6. It does pull to one side on final. There's a little bit of torque involved. I don't always control for it well. I don't always remember. But other than center line and crab angle, just like the first one, I feel like overall it went okay.
255, climb maintain 15,000.
Make sure we get all the way off here.
Southwest 3138, turn left heading 310 on the 28 left, localizer, descend and maintain 3000.
Alright, RPM's back to 1,000, still the flaps. RP's off.
United 514, welcome to Portland, where are you parking?
We are going Echo 5.
United 514, roger, straight ahead, join Echo parking, we'll see.
Alright, straight ahead and then join Echo, United 514. United 514, you okay if we take Kilo down to the Echo up here?
Yeah, hey, from Kilo. I apologize.
No worries. Alright, sorry guys, hold on. P2 heat can come off, we got the flap stowed. Strobes can come off, landing lights off and then retracted.
Running out here at Echo, looking for Echo 10.
Delta 4565, Roger, Echo, Mike Tango, Kilo parking.
Echo Mike Tango, Kilo
Echo
to
5 should be this next one here. Oh, passed it.
Solid 3138, traffic, correction, field till 12 o'clock, about 10 miles port side.
Field inside, 3138.
South 3138, cleared visual approach with 28 left.
Clear visual approach runway 28 left. Thanks, 3138.
United 1630 Schaefer, cleared ILS pit left approach.
Cleared direct Schaefer, ILS 28 right approach.
United 1630 at Schaefer, cleared ILS straight left approach.
At Schaefer, cleared ILS 28 left approach, United 1630.
Yeah, this should be it right here.
Number 2.
Yeah, cleanup controllers are brave souls. That they are. That they are. I think we still overshot. I think this is now Echo 4. Okay, well, whatever. Close enough.
Portland departure, November 8 Bravo Alpha. Baron is looking for VFR to the north up to Seattle.
Alright, 8 Bravo Alpha, sorry about that.
Okay, alright, we got the parking brake on.
Baron,
Flaps stowed. Let's get the cow flaps open.
Yeah, Roger.
Pitot heat, we did. Anti-icing off, we did. Strobe lights, we did. Landing lights, and carb heat and props full.
It is a B.
Alright, throttles are down.
And equipment code is
Mix to cutoff. Fuel selectors off.
Number 8 Bravo Alpha, squawk 5201, and then call for taxi.
5201 and we'll pip. Bravo Alpha.
Yourself 3138, contact or correction. Runway 28 left, cleared to land. The wind
Seatbelt signs. Beacon light.
Runway 28 left, clear to land. Thank you.
Let's
3138.
jump up top.
Number 1 single Mike, contact Seattle Center on 135.45.
Get the mags, get the gens. Get the engine instruments, get the inverters.
Okay.
Very well, lights on. And entrance lights on.
Rob, you strobe. Departure 8 Bravo Alpha, taxi.
8 Bravo Alpha, runway 28 left, taxi to Charlie.
Somebody was talking to me, my strobe light is off. So if it's not propagating over the network properly, then that's nothing I can do about it. And set 2000. And transponder off. Get the rest of the radios off. Up top here. ADF off. COM off. COM off. Jump back here. Let's get the control lock. Over to the tablet. Let's get some wheel chocks set. Let's get ground power connected. Let's get, exit, cargo holds. We'll wait for those to deploy for a second. Speedster says, I'm not quite an S1, but the whole event was hanging out with my other friends where the controllers were for Portland. Other guys that said they wanted to stay on. Yeah, it's always a mess, and I've controlled for enough VATSIM events to know that when 90% of the controllers are leaving at the end of the event, and the other 10% are like all consolidating to take whatever leftover traffic there is out there, it is a mess. So my hat is absolutely off to these guys that are staying on. Shrek24, are you one of the ones that are staying on to take on the mess of the brave souls that were left behind? Yeah, man, thanks so much for sticking around for us. We appreciate it.
Push up by discussion, American 2342.
Okay, we got everything open. We got ground power. We got chocks. Let's jump up top here. Let's go ahead and connect the ground power.
Runway 28 left, line of way.
And then let's check flight time and fuel estimates first. We'll check my estimates, and then we'll check your estimates. So we didn't get airborne too late on that second leg. We didn't really get much of a delay at Boise.
Okay, thanks for finding.
So 11:37 is when we plan to be down, and we're actually 7 minutes early. And 6,300 is what we're supposed to have left in the tanks at this point. Let's see how close we are there. So yeah, I worked Portland approach the entire event and stayed on. Awesome, man. Like I said, brave soul. So it looks like we got 1,900. Pretty much 1,900 across the board, right? 19 times 4, 7,600. Wow, we got a lot left. I anticipated 6,300. We've got an extra 1,300 pounds. So interesting that we got in early and we got in with lots of extra fuel. So I wonder if we just had a massive tailwind that I didn't plan for. Oh, we got the raid coming in from Mustafa. Moose, thank you very kindly for the raid. We are indeed just now shutting down the stream, however, so we'll have to see who we can send the collective raid over to. Well, normally, actually, on a Friday night, we almost always end up raiding the Sim Caesar channel, although I know that he's probably getting close to wrapping up as well. So we'll see where we end up pushing everybody in the raid to. But thanks very kindly, Moose. I know we heard you at Boise briefly. You were going out as we were coming in, I think. Good to hear your voice, and yeah, we're getting ever so close to getting ready to take that 707 up, so thank you for your help with that. Sleazy does it again, stopping in. Oh, it was other way around? Yeah, you were coming in, I was leaving? Gotcha. Anyway, yeah, good to hear your voice, however briefly it was. And, yeah, and thanks again for your help with the 707. So Shrek says, I looks like I talked to 96 planes tonight. Yeah, that's not too bad. I was kind of surprised that Seattle was getting slammed and Portland was not looking nearly as bad, although if it was just you working approach, I'm sure it felt worse than it was. But it looked like Seattle took the bulk of the traffic, and Portland got kind of the leftovers there, which is unusual. Portland usually gets a pretty good pull when you guys run events up in here and up in the Pacific Northwest. Anyway, all right, so we wound up with a bunch of extra fuel. Not sure what to account for that, and we also got in earlier than I expected, so I assume we must have had a pretty significant tailwind. Let's take a look and see where we wound up with the landing predictions. Okay, so it scored me a 76 out of 100. Yeah, we knew that the center line and the crab angle were really not good, and then the touchdown zone, I guess we landed long, but I was struggling to get the excess airspeed off. You can see the descent profile is not actually too bad, maybe over-controlling pitch a little bit on short final. But you can see it was very, very...
Clear the land,
very, very left of center line the entire way in, same as we were on the first leg, and it's just this plane torques pretty badly. If you don't get the power settings just right, it does have a lot of excess torque, and I don't always control for that too well on short final, so we end up struggling to keep the plane over on the right side of the runway. Indicated was 103 knots. Well, that's pretty well controlled. That's kind of where you want to be, although it was picking up speed again, as you can see. And then as I finally got into the touchdown zone, I got to the point where I was bringing the speed back down again. Okay, so yeah, it was sloppy. Both of the arrivals were very left of center line and very crabby. 56 feet per minute was what registered as the descent rate. So there's the number that you all were looking to predict, 56. Yeah, CB said I had that 42 knot headwind leaving PDX earlier, so you probably had it coming in. I must have, because we're early and we got extra fuel. What was the number? 56, okay. What were the predictions? We had 243, 150, 188, 154, 200, 143. So who was lowest?
American 2342 versus Tyson
153, 154.
American 23,
143.
42,
Iowa Scotsman.
775.
Did you just pick up the double tonight? Yeah, you did. So Iowa Scotsman put in 143 for both. On the first one, I think he was the highest, and I was above it. And on the second, I think he was the lowest, and I was below it. Alright, well, anyway, Iowa Scotsman's got another entry into our landing rate raffle, and we'll pull the winner of that 10 days from now, August the 31st. And the winner gets their choice of any of our Slant Alpha merch items, or a gift card, electronic gift card to Amazon or Explain.Store or SimMarket.com. Alright, let's finish up the shutdown, and we'll talk about what's coming up next on the stream. I guess I should know. I think we're back to the Boston Virtual Air TCC Wings Over New England flights coming up on Monday. Is that right? I guess I should look at the show schedule real quick. Monday the 24th, yes indeed. So we're picking up, we got VFR 4 and 5 coming up on the Boston Virtual ARTCC Wings Over New England training flights in the Piper Comanche, the A2A simulations Piper Comanche. Yeah, Iowa Scotsman says I could use a double as a drink. Yeah, you and me both, brother. All right, well let's finish up the shutdown, friends, and then we'll talk about what's coming up, and then we'll get there.
All right, Tower, we're on to 9046, same position.
Let's go ahead and get the cow flaps closed.
Oh, that was a lot. 445. I'm right over.
Alright, cow flaps closed. Nav lights off. Let's jump up top. Let's get the entrance lights off. Let's get the no smoking lights off. Let's get the wheel well lights off. Get the power source back over to the battery and the master power switch off. And then over here, let's go ahead and close cargo, disconnect both sets of stairs, disconnect ground power. And then we can close up the doors. And we'll leave the wheel chocks on, and I think that should do it, friends. That Mount Rainier in the background. Now, Mount Hood is the one that we passed over on the way in. No, that can't be Rainier. Rainier's up further, closer to Rainier's up further closer. No, that is probably Mount Hood. The runways point right toward it, isn't it? Don't they? Yeah, I was thinking maybe that was one of these. Mount Adams, Gilbert Peak. Mount Adams, I guess, probably would make more sense because there's a pretty big mountain down there. So yeah, man, it is Mount Hood that these runways point us right towards. So there you go. Nice, beautiful view of Mount Hood and any other air traffic coming in, if there is any, as we go ahead and wrap up the live stream. Well, we already alluded to it, but Monday's stream, we're back in the Piper Comanche from A2A Simulations. It'll be the third stream, and third out of 4 streams in a row that will be in that Piper Comanche. But you know, we've got so much fun stuff going on that we're doing in that Comanche. We've got our River Run series up in the Yukon River. We've got the ZNY Flight Quest trips that we're trying to make some progress on finally. And then, of course, we're running through the Boston Virtual ARTCC Wings Over New England training series. And we're going to get back to that on Monday's stream in the A2A Simulations Piper Comanche. The normal stream schedule Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, 7 p.m. U.S. Eastern Time. 2300 Zulu time is when that translates to, and that's normally when we're on, but you do need to check the show schedule because there are days and times that we switch up just because we got work obligations, personal obligations, or what have you. Monday, Wednesday, Friday is normal, like I said. Next week it's just Monday and Wednesday, and we'll be off Friday for a personal obligation. But yeah, you can always check out that show schedule underneath the About tab or over on our Discord server if you want to see what days for sure we're going to be on, and also what we are planning to be up to. However, expect sometime in the very near future, we are going to be shifting the show schedule around, as I am very, very close to getting that Boeing 707 from in-a-builds / working title that has just been opened up as the, what do they call it, the Legends of Flight? I forget what they call it, but the Legend series for Microsoft Flight Sim 2024. I was fortunate. I went ahead and popped for the Aviator version of the sim when I first bought it. So it came to me free, but for those who did not get it for free, it's very reasonably priced, 10 or 15 USD, somewhere in that range. But yeah, very, very well done. Of course, working title does a fantastic job. They did that Citation CJ4 as independent developers, and then got absorbed into the Asobo team just because their work was so high quality stuff. So yeah, we're really looking forward to getting that on stream for you. We've had a lot of fun kind of working through it and learning the procedures, and I still don't know that I have the procedures perfectly, but I'm sure we'll learn as we go. But I've got it mostly down, I think, and I just need to do one final walkthrough to make sure I'm comfortable with it, and then we'll bring it on the stream for you. And then starting, this coming month, I would really love to maybe start doing some longer flights in it than you're used to seeing. I try to fly about an hour 15, hour 30, but I could see, and then I do 2 hops on one stream. But I could very much see the 707 as something I fly one longer flight in on a stream. And really the other thing that a Pan Am itinerary is going to do for us on the stream is going to take us a lot of different places that you haven't seen me fly. I tend to stick mostly in the U.S., but this will finally be that opportunity where I keep saying, I should do more flying outside of the U.S. on VATSIM. It's so great. The controllers are so awesome everywhere we go. Well, I'm finally going to make good on that promise as we start to bring the legend and the mystique and the spirit of Pan American Airways back into the live stream. So look for that. We'll keep you posted as to when that might actually show up. September 11th will definitely be a 707 stream at this point, but we're going to try and get it on at least once before then as well. Alright, well, it seems like Sim Caesar is still doing a little bit of train simming, so let's go ahead and get that raid up and running, as is our Friday tradition. Playing a very, very cool, very, very detailed Japanese train sim that is so much fun to watch, and it's such a great change of pace after a busy Friday night ops event. It's such a chill thing to see. So we'll get you over to him, and then we'll see you back on Monday from the cockpit of that Piper Comanche up in the Boston ARTCC's airspace. Between now and then, friends, do enjoy the weekend. Have a great one. Oh, our slant out artwork adventure, by the way. Me and the furry co-pilots in the cockpit getting ready to go. We started at Salt Lake City. We flew to Boise, so yeah, boy. And then we wound up here in Portland to keep Portland weird. We also got the Idaho potatoes as our first officer. First officers are often worth as much as a sack of potatoes, and so we made good on that analogy for this image here. All right, but anyway, we'll send you over to Sim Caesar. Have a great one, guys. We'll see you back here Monday. And between now and then, be happy, healthy, and safe in all your travels and adventures. And we'll talk to you soon. Good night.